Lun, bolpen bawa gak Lun? Lun.
Enggak sama. Karin tadi kayak.
Iya. Ini operatornya biar ketemu.
Anjing. Astagfirullahaladzim. Astagfirullahaladzim.
Kenapa kok dari awal tuh? Dari mulai ini. Soalnya ini tuh, nanti tuh setiap ini ada musik. Kemarin nggak ada latihan ada musiknya.
Kamu kasih batas tadi bersihnya sampai jam berapa?
Ini enggak.
Ya jam 7. Ya, kita mulai jam berapa nih? Soalnya mulai tadi sudah nyebut jam soalnya mulai tadi.
Ini nantinya nggak usah semua, isinya nggak usah semua.
Jam 7 pas kita mulai ya. Operator bisa? Selesainya jam 7.15
Ya,
tetap.
jadi kalian pakai mic, jadi make sure teknik mic-nya yang bagus.
Cek.
Operator gimana? Udah siap? Dini, operator apa udah siap? Gladi, siap.
Kak Fitri.
Ini nanti gladinya sampai 7.15 ya, Rek ya. Jadi di cepet-cepetin aja.
Kak Fitri. Kak Fit,
Soalnya kita jam 8 udah pembukaan. Iya, makanya.
pakai masker nggak ini?
Kayak aku tanya ke Nasani. Oh ya udah tinggal nggak usah.
Pengumuman oral itu tulis di kertas terpisah aja ya, sekalian nama-namanya nanti ya Kak.
Kertas. Di sini aja kok di balik ini gimana? Kan ini 07.
Sekalian sama nama-nama pemenangnya itu maksudku.
Nanti tak bilang ya ke kamu. Nama penanya siapa?
Sik. Ini ya.
Aku butuh 2 orang nganggur buat sistem buka tutup pintu.
Pokoknya yang kamu ngomong kamu.
Apa kamu mau coba yang sini sampai ya, saya tahu ulang ya.
Oh, aku bawa.
Bapak tuh minta aku gelas. Pakai dekat apa? Ini kan kita pakai galon. Gimana?
Anu, coba bagi di drive kemudian ditambahin sama.
Bisa dikasihkan uang ke galon ya? Misalnya ada kasihkan uangnya. Coba tanya Agil aja.
Gak ada Kak Agil. Katanya tadi.
Oh, di MC. Kalau misalkan nanti aku
Kalau
kasih
Kak
tahu
Agil
siapa
sekalian
menangnya,
beli.
kamu jangan pasrah tunggu aku ya. Nanti apa namanya? Tanya Om.
Oke, Rek, siap-siap ya. Ayo Gladi dimulai. MC apa sudah siap? Harus siap ya. Oke, moderator udah siap. NPC nggak ada. Band. Oke. Terus tari udah. Ya udah. Untuk selebihnya akan saya kembalikan kepada si acara Kipti selaku PJ.
Yang di atas ini Dek Luna pastikan rundown ya, sama Irfan tolong pengisi acara semuanya di follow up sebelum tampil maksimal 10 menit udah ready di depan pintu. Terus Fitri tolong handle yang MC moderator ya. Ya itu. Sebenarnya gini, ini 2 mic punyanya Netrix, abis itu dipindahkan dipakai NPC, setelah itu nganggur. Tapi cuma 2, usahakan aku minta 1 lagi sebenarnya. Oke. Bun, 2 orang tutup buka pintu. Carikan, oke. Itu aja. Nanti ada 2 orang ya sistem buka tutup pintu. Ini pintu kan buka tutup sih, biar tidak kelihatan kalau kalian ngeriwah di sini. Hai. bukan kan sekarang buka bukan tapi mana rundownnya ke Kak Kirti.
Oral besok.
Kak aku boleh kasih aku adalah nanti aku baru nanti itu jam 8 habis ini di bawah nggak di bawah sih aku di luar aku bakal
Kak, kalau misal ini diganti tapi kalau ini diganti congratulations to the winners of
harusnya tapi berhubung ada 2 jadi bukan kamu Fikris sama Fabila. Fabila ini baca kalau yang ada di Zoom. Fikris biar pegang mic. Nanti kalau ada 3 kamu ikut toh. Tapi kalau masih 2 kamu udah bisa ikut biar Fikris. Nanti kamu kalau Fikris udah ada cari yo atau bilang aku tak cari aku. Enggak aku nge-briefing
Iya
aku.
enggak.
Operator musik. Operator musik buat latihan iringan sama agro nursing.
Haidar tutup sebagian pintu soalnya dia ini ngangkat barang sama stand mic.
Mana anaknya?
Itu Haidar. Dek, stand guys, stand mic.
MC dipanggil sini. Tutup mana?
gimana cara keluarnya?
Ya, Haidar, Dek Haidar nanti apa namanya? Haidar kayak pura-pura itu loh. Dengerin. Iya nanti pura-pura itu nanti baru nanti. Itu enggak jaga juga di dalam.
Nggak tahu. Mas Sinta sama Mas Tirwan nggak ada soalnya.
Pas aku di sini tadi mana ya?
Nggak ada.
Aku ke bawah weh.
Ya, belajar dulu kamu di sini, kamu bagian stand mic sama bantu angkat barang. Ya.
Oh iya sekarang ya.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Cek.
Nanti dulu. Ayo.
Sidas.
Udah.
Ayo, nanti ngomong.
Please. Nggak usah nunggu video. Nggak.
Fitriin Bini siap dia 321. Kalau kamu mau ngomong bilang aku dulu ya, biar aku nanti confirm ke anak operator ya. Kalau mau ngomong
Bilang ke kakak dulu.
Ngomong apa Kak?
Ngomong apapun.
Oke.
Siap.
Visual kamera. Ladies and gentlemen, pakai ladies
3,
and
2, 1 baru dipersilakan.
ladies and gentlemen.
Iya.
Bilang lagi udah Bapak pastikan mic-nya. Bilang lagi. Iya, belum ada. Sini ada Kak. Mic-nya NPC nanti jangan lupa. Kemarin sama siapa?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Dean and the Vices at the Second International Street Conference 2022.
Sof, jangan lupa ya, hormat dulu ke dekan. Hormat ke dekan dulu kan. Aku pinjam bentar. sih. Seven. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Lancar. Biarlah dulu.
Iya, kalau ntar kalau tadi gini-gini gimana?
Agronursing dance. Agronursing traditional dance.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Agronursing traditional dance.
Timid ya.
Sob, jangan. Ayo, Sob. Aku nggak ngeliat itunya.
Di sini hormat
Ininya
dulu.
dilepas gini. Kalau mau balik, baliknya gini. Tuh. Emang nggak muncul di depannya? Bentar. Tadi nggak muncul.
Jangan cepat sekarang. Ini langkahnya sedikit kecil.
Transisi yang namanya MC itu mana ya?
Hormat terus balik.
Nanti kalau udah lihat nama kalian langsung jalan ya.
Balik tuh langsung assalamualaikum kan. Yang ada hormat. Terus kita balik badan.
Balik badan hormat lagi ke penonton.
Iya.
Heeh. Terus aku hitung dulu pokoknya. 2.
3.
Enggak, aku gini.
Oke.
Enggak nih. Ngerti enggak? Tuh.
Oke deh.
Gimana?
Bisa nggak ya aku ini?
Ayo siap.
Takutnya coba.
2, 3,
jalan.
jalan. Dua, tiga.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the second International Student Conference 2022, being held at Gedung Sujarwo, 5th floor. Safety briefing. The gate at the entrance is to be kept closed during the event.
For those of you who have not been to Gedung Sujarwo before, the toilets are located at the right of exit.
First aid. There will be first aid here for the events and will be located.
MC-nya supaya apa ya? Lihat itu juga. Anda nggak kelihatan.
Berarti yang di sini aku.
Ya.
If asked to leave this building because of an accident, you will be asked to move to the sidas that located behind this building.
If you have any questions, please come and see the closest committee around you.
Sob, jangan diangkat kayak gini. Jangan terlalu diangkat dulu. Dikit aja.
Good morning, Excellency Rector Universitas Jember,
Dean Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember,
distinguished speakers of the Second International Student Conference,
invited guests and all participants of the conference.
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sopiana Dewi.
And I am Pasa Dijaya.
It is an awesome and precious change for us to be a master of ceremony in this morning on Sunday, 9th of October 2022 in our big event,
The Second International Student Conference, preparing future healthcare workforces in managing non-communicable diseases.
2020 World Health Organization survey found that the COVID-19 pandemic was disrupting non-communicable disease services in 122 of 159 countries surveyed. NCDs are already responsible for more than 70% of deaths worldwide, 3/4 of which occur in low-income and middle-income countries. NCDs has become a strategic issue in the SDGs 2030 agenda. So, it must be a development priority in every country.
One of the things that can be done to deal with this problem is to improve the healthcare system. The primary healthcare system and assessments of its capacity is crucial for getting public health decisions to prevent and manage NCDs. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare future healthcare workforces in managing NCDs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Second International Student Conference 2022. Let's sing Indonesian anthem. Tuners Philharmonic Choir, please come to the stage.
Kak Fit, waktu nyanyi NPC aku di sini aja ya. Apa? Duduk di sini. Gak usah duduk tapi ya. Semuanya berdiri nyanyi Indonesia. Ini NPC mau masuk apa? Lanjut MC aja dulu. Lanjut MC dulu. Enggak apa-apa, bacain aku free memory. 1, 2, 3. Kebalik gak sih?
Kebalik.
Iya.
Berarti
1, 2, 3. Agak cepet dikit.
Report speech of the Chairman of the Second International Student Conference Committee, Tuananto Adi Prasetyo, please come to the stage. Thank you, Tuananto Adi Prasetyo.
Report speech of the President of Student Executive Board, to Isdihar Javiruardika, please come to the stage. Thank you to Isdihar Javiruardika.
Speech from Dean of Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember, to Mrs. Lontin Sulestarini Sarjana Keperawatan Magister Kesehatan, please come to the stage. Thank you to Mrs. Lontin Sulestarini Sarjana Keperawatan Magister Kesehatan.
Speech from Rector Universitas Jember and symbolic opening by Rector Universitas Jember. To Mr. Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna, Master of Engineering IPM, please come to the stage. Thank you to Mr. Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna, Master of Engineering IPM.
Next agenda is pray. The Honorable Dean and the Vices, we invite you to the break room to enjoy the prepared meal. Thank you.
Finally, this was the opening of the Second International Student Conference. Next, we will read the rules at the Second International Student Conference. Rules of the Second International Student Conference. The first, online participants are expected to be able to run a Zoom account with the account name display format, pre or part _institution _name. Note, pre for presenter, part for participant. Location of oral presentation participants with maximum capacity above 500 presenter and participant every room. Example, pre_UNED_Iqbal, part _Oxford _Antonio, part _Subandi Hospital _Vitalia, etc.
The second, offline participants must fill in the attendance list that located at the entrance of the room, while for online participants must fill in the attendance and evaluation link that will be given by the committee in the chat room. There are two present forms that must be filled in by all of the participants through Google Form. The form must be filled at the first and the ending of the event, and participants have 1 hour to fill up the form.
The third, participants must attend all the webinar sessions. The fourth, online participants are prohibited to share the Zoom meeting ID and password or Zoom link with others.
The fifth, certificate will be given to the participants who have registered, uploaded the payment proof, and have filled out the presents.
The sixth, participants are expected to be conducive and deactivated the microphone when entering the virtual room, unless requested to be activated by the committee.
The seventh, online participants are expected to activate the video as long as the event is on the set. Exceptions are being valid just in case of any special and urgent conditions.
The eighth, if you have questions in the Q&A session during the conference, you can raise hand until the moderator welcomes you or fill in the Zoom Q&A chat room.
The last, in case of an emergency situations, participants can immediately go out of the room through the evacuation route signs that have been provided. To the participants, we also fill in registration form on the link that has been prepared by the committee within the next an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second International Student Conference 2022. The first agenda will be studied. Our first agenda is plenary session.
First sessions will discuss about frailty among older surgical patients and risk of hospital-acquired adverse events, the Southwestern Sydney Frailty and Nurse-Sensitive Indicator Study by Dr. Steve Ross from School of Nursing and Midwifery, Western Sydney University, Australia.
And then, preparing healthcare workforces to care older adults with NCDs in Taiwan by Professor Hu Fang Wen, PhD from Institute of Allied Health Science National, Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. Let me read moderator's curriculum vitae. Niken Sari Nuraini is student at Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember. Niken has organizational experiences as member of Director General of Education and Professionals of ILMIKI since January 2022 until present. Head of Advancement and Partnership Business of Student Executive Board since December 2021 until present, and President of Nursing English Society since April 2021 until December 2021. Niken also have achievements as finalist of essay in annual meeting physiotherapy student of Universitas Bali International in 2021. Finalist scientific papers of Andalas Scientific Fair in 2021, and finalist of essay writing in International Essay Writing Competition in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Niken Sari Nuraini.
Ladies and gentlemen, March Song of Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember. To Nurse Philharmonic Choir, please come to the stage.
Indonesian National Nurses Association March Song. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the second plenary session. We will discuss about improving quality of nursing interventions in managing non-communicable diseases using evidence-based practice by Dr. Samarapo Banarak, RN PhD from Gerontological Nursing, Khon Kaen University, Thailand. And then, family role in type 2 diabetes self-management agro-nursing perspective by Dr. Nes Randianto, Magister Keperawatan from Critical Care and Medical Surgical Nursing, Universitas Jember, Indonesia.
Let me read moderator's curriculum vitae. Adinda Widya Pangestu, student at Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember. Organizations experience. Faculty of Nursing Student Representative Body since December 2021 until present. Nursing English Society since April 2021 until December 2021. Agro-Nursing Science Competitions of Jember Nursing College since March 2021 until September 2021. Achievement book publication entitled Gerakan Remaja Pintar Turunkan Angka Stunting on September 2022. Funding acceptance in student organizations capacity building program since July 2022 until November 2022. Most active member of Faculty of Nursing Student Representative Body on June 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Niken Sari Nuraini.
The second session of the second International Student Conference is finished.
The next agenda is break and pray for 60 minutes. Please all participants return to the Zoom conference room at 1 p.m. We will display compilation poster created by student of Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember, an oral presentation video call for paper.
Please have a look on the screen, and to the committee in charge, thank you and enjoy the break time.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the next agenda of the conference, we will announce call for paper winners and oral presentation call for paper winners.
The winner of Call for Paper at the second International Student Conference awarded to Fitri Aliviani of Universitas Jember.
The third winners of Best Presenter Oral Presentations awarded to Magnis Asalana from Universitas Jember. Congratulations to the winners at the second International Student Conference 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the third plenary session by the oral presentation winner. To the moderator, we invite you on the stage.
Kak Fitri mana? Ini mau aku lanjut terus sama yang non formal atau nggak usah?
Oke, kan sampai 7.45 nanti kalian selesai.
Oke, aku yang formal aja ya. Yang itu yang non formal nggak usah.
Nggak usah, kalau ngapain aja. Jangan lupa upload telepon. Ini perlu sih, karena nanti ada bagian
Bahasa Indo aja ya.
yang Indonesia. Nanti kalau udah selesai latihan terus kalian nggak usah berarti.
Iya, nggak usah. We have joined.
We have joined all the agenda together. We have a lot of knowledge that we get from the speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, This is the second International Student Conference, preparing future healthcare workforces in managing non-communicable diseases.
Thank you for your participation. See you in the third International Student Conference.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all participants, we ask to fill in evaluation form on the link that has been prepared by the committee within the next an hour. Certificate of participations will be delivered to by participants by email within the next 1 week. Thank you.
Cek.
Disuruh ngumumin surat Ibon, aku ngomong apa ini? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kepada seluruh peserta, dimohon untuk upload Ibon yang telah disediakan oleh panitia.
Bahasa Indo nggak apa tuh?
Sama kamu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dimohon kepada seluruh peserta untuk dapat mengupload Twibbon yang telah disediakan oleh panitia. Terima kasih.
No.
Aku nanya, Anda
No.
jangan menjustifikasi.
No. Yes.
How about moderators?
Yes. Oh, nggak tahu ya kalau sama dosen. Kalau sama dosen nggak tahu aku. Sama nurse Ais.
sekali aja. Ini. Mana? Oh, kamu sendirian nih?
Gantian.
Enggak. Yang awal kamu. Ayo, hero. Ada berapa nonton? Iya.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is performance by Nutrix Art.
If you look inside your heart, you don't have to be afraid of what you are. There's an answer if you reach into your soul, and the sorrow that you know will never away. And when a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you finally see the truth that a hero lies in you. It's a long road, no one reaches alone, no one reaches over here for you to hold. You can find love if you search within yourself, and the emptiness you feel will disappear. Oh, and then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast the fears aside, and you know you can survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you finally see the truth that a hero lies in you. Oh, let go. Teach my heart to follow, but don't let anyone take them away. There will be tomorrow in time, the time away. And then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you finally see the truth that a hero lies in you. That a hero lies in
Gantian malah. Kenapa?
Tinggal satu aja dong. dibersihkan dulu.
Cek. There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. In this place, it was brighter, gentle to move. If you really try, maybe there's no need to cry. In this place, therefore there's no harm or shame. That I get together if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place in the world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. That people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why there's love that cannot lie, if it's strong, it only cares all joy for giving. We try, we shall see. In this place we cannot feel. But after we stop asking and start living. But then it feels the ways, love it up for us growing. Make a better world, so make a better world. The world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the human race. There are people dying. If you get enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Make a better place. Make a better place. The world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Thank you.
Permisi untuk peserta, yang bawah diisi dulu, tolong turun ke bawah, yang paling atas. Yang paling atas di yang baris ke 1, 2, 3 diisi dulu nih kosong. Ini juga, ayo kita memulai, mohon bantuannya, bergerak. Ya, mohon bantuannya untuk bergerak. Yang row ketiga diisi dulu nih masih kosong, row ketiga. Mohon bantuannya. Yuk, yuk. Ini Mbak, ini yang row 3 ini. Ini yang depan, ketiga ini. Ya, oke, terima kasih. Monggo segera di sini juga ini yang ketiga. Ayo, Bu Dekan sudah datang, segera kita mulai. Pak Riz.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Dean Enterprises at the Second International Student Conference 2022.
Itu dia mau mulai lagu atau mulai apa? Dia mau mulai yang awal lagi atau langsung lagi? Awal lagi nggak sih? Awal tuh mulai ya.
Cek.
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 Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Honorable Dean and the Vices.
Satu, dua,
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Dean and the Vices at the Second International Student Conference 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Agra Nursing traditional dance. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the second International Student Conference 2022, being held at Gedung Sujarwo, 5th floor. Safety briefing. The gate at the entrance is to be kept closed during the event.
For those of you who have not been to Gedung Sujarwo before, the toilets are located at the right of exit.
First aid. There will be first aid for the events and will be located at the right of the exit.
If asked to leave this building because of an accident, you will be asked to move on the sidas that located behind this building.
If you have any questions, please come and see the closest committee around you.
Good morning. Excellency, Rektor Universitas Jember,
Dean Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember,
distinguished speakers of the Second International Student Conference,
invited guests and all participants of the conference.
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sopiana Dewi.
And I am Pasa Dijaya.
It is an awesome and precious change for us to be a master of ceremony in this morning on Sunday, 9th of October 2022 in our big event,
The Second International Student Conference, preparing future healthcare workforces in managing non-communicable diseases.
A 2020 World Health Organization survey found that the COVID-19 pandemic was disrupting non-communicable disease services in 122 of 159 countries surveyed. NCDs are already responsible for more than 70% of deaths worldwide. 3 kudos of which occur in low-income and middle-income countries. NCDs has become a strategic issue in the SDGs 2030 agenda. So, it must be a development priority in every country.
One of the things that can be done to deal with this problem is to improve the healthcare system. The primary healthcare system and assessments of its capacity is crucial for guiding public health decisions to prevent and manage NCDs. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare future healthcare workforces in managing NCDs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Second International Student Conference 2022. Let's sing Indonesian anthem. Tuners Philharmonic Choir, please come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for Indonesian anthem. Hymns of Universitas Jember.
Hymns of Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember.
Siapkan generasi perawat muda, bertakwa dan beragama, berlandaskan Pancasila, bersatu dalam fakultas biru. Di sini kita saling membangun, meningkatkan mutu. Percayalah fakultasku, Fakultas Keperawatan Universitas Jember, Fakultas Keperawatan Lentera Nusa. Merekalah indah jubuan, laksana puspa indah merona.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Thank you to Nurse Philharmonic Choir. Please back to your seat. Report speech of the Chairman of the Second International Student Conference Committee. To Ananto Adi Prasetyo, please come to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes. The Honorable Rector of University of Jember, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Nursing, Medical, Dentistry, Pharmacy, and Public Health, Universitas Jember, the Honorable all speakers of the International Student Conference, the Honorable guests, the Honorable Conference Committee, dear all participants of the conference. Thank God we praise the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of the blessing and grace, we all can be present in this place in order to attend the International Student Conference. Salawat and greeting might still be delegate to the great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. First of all, I would like to thank to the whole committee who get involved and help us to make this the second International Student Conference to happen. The theme that is going to be discussed is preparing future healthcare workforce in managing non-communicable disease. Quoted from the World Health Organization, it was reported there was 28 people died every minute from non-communicable disease and unhealthy lifestyle. This kind of challenge that was so faced together as healthcare workers and health students. Therefore, we need to enhance our sense knowledge by joining the second International Student Conference. This event supports the World Health Organization and the United Nations in saving millions of lives from non-communicable disease. The second International Student Conference is for all health workforce, and today, 9th of October 2022, we will going to discuss with our honorable speakers from 4 countries, namely Dr. Samura Hope Banharak, RN PhD from Gerontological Nursing, Konkan University, Professor Hu Fangwen, PhD from Institute of Allied Health Science, National Cheng Kung University, Dr. Steve Frost, School of Nursing and Midbury, Western Sydney University, and Dr. Nas Radianto, MCAP, from Critical Care and Medical Surgical Nursing, Jember University. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 1,700 participants who are joining the second International Student Conference right now, both offline and online. They are participants from various workforces, students, lecturers, and health workers from around the world. The number of participants depicts how great interest people that willing to help and aware about non-communicable disease. I hope this event goes well and advantageous for everyone. Please enjoy this conference. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala always give blessing to all of us. Amin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Ananto Adi Prasetyo.
Report speech of student of Executive Board to Isdihar Jafiruwardika. Please come to the stage.
Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Greetings to the Honorable Rector of Universitas Jember, the Honorable Dean Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember, the Honorable all speakers of the International Student Conference, the Honorable all guests, the Honorable Conference Committee, and dear all participants in this conference. Thanks to Allah for giving His blessing and grace, so we are in good condition and participate in this event. Salawat and greetings may still be delegated to great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. First of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today at this wonderful place. As a chairman of Student Executive Board, Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember, it's such an honor for me to speak on behalf of the one of organizer. Let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the Second International Student Conference 2022. I also thank the whole of the committee who get involved for making this event. The Second International Student Conference come true. Before we get started, I would like to express my appreciation to the today's speakers who generously help us to make this conference come true. The namely is Dr. Samaropo Banharak from Konkan University. The next is Professor Hu Fang Wen from Cheng Kung University. The third is Professor Dr. Steve Frost from Western Sydney University. And the last is Dr. Nasrondianto from Universitas Jember. We could not have done it without you. Ladies and gentlemen, this event aims to enhance healthcare quality, amongst healthcare students and workers, as platform to publish, disseminate knowledge, actual problems, research findings, and experience. Therefore, I would like to thank to the Rector of Universitas Jember, Dean Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember, the Indonesian National Nurses Association, and all of the committee who have worked hard to carry out this event. I also thank to the sponsor who have worked with us so this event was well organized. Without further ado, I would like to say once more on behalf of this conference organizer, welcome. It is great to see so many of you in here, and I hope this event will go well. Amen. Last but not least, I would like to say some meaningful words. Studying in health sciences is like true love. you suffer, you fail, you learn, you sacrifice all you have, and fight and grow up. But you never want to let it go. Of course, it hurts. It's supposed to be hard. If it was easy, everyone would do it. And that heart is make all of us great, the great people in our universe. Thank you. That's all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Isdihar Jafiruardika.
Ladies and gentlemen, speech from Dean of Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember. To Mrs. Lantin Silestiorini Sarjana Keperawatan Magister Kesehatan, please come to the stage.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan untuk kita semuanya. Good morning and greeting the Honorable Rector of University of Jember, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Medical dan Distri, Pharmacy and Public Health, University of Jember, all speaker of the second International Student Conference, guests, conference committee, and all participants of the conference. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, we praise the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of the blessing, we all can be present here in this room to attend the second International Student Conference, Faculty of Nursing, and also present virtually in Zoom meeting. Salawat may always be delegated to the great Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, as the beginning of this speech, I would like to say welcome to the second International Student Conference with the theme Preparing Future Healthcare Workforce in Managing Incommunicable Disease. In the era of globalization, nursing and healthcare are affected in a unique way. Students in health are study as the future leader will play important role. The evaluation of nursing knowledge are far beyond than previously known to be. Nevertheless, more work needs to be done due to new challenges in non-communicable disease. A more comprehensive approach is needed to adapt and improve the healthcare system. Thus, it is timely that this conference will enable us to discuss, disseminate knowledge, updates, research findings, and experience, and to generate various strategies in response to these challenges. To answer the question, on October 9, 2022, we will discuss and enhance this topic with speakers from 4 countries. There are Australia, Thailand, Taiwan, and Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is attended by undergraduate and postgraduate students from Asia Pacific and Australia. We have more 10,000 registrants with 200 participants able to attend on this room. This event can be held because of the support and effort of all parties. Therefore, I would like to thank the Rector of Universitas of Jember, Indonesian National Nurse Association, and all the committee who have worked hard to carry out this activity. I secretly hope that this conference will deliberate and discuss all different facets of this exciting topic and come up with recommendations that will lead to a better and healthy new world. I wish this conference great success. Amin. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mrs. Lontin Sulistiorini, Sarjana Keperawatan Magister Kesehatan.
Speech from Rector Universitas Jember and symbolic opening by Rector Universitas Jember. To Mr. Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna, Master of Engineering IPM, please come to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, distinguished speakers, honorable steering and organizing committees, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start our activity this morning by being grateful to the God who blessed us with the health so that we can join and participate in the second International Student Conference today, that inshallah will be carried on and completed just for today. On behalf of the University of Jember, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this event that organized by the Faculty of Nursing, University of Jember. Hence, a big thanks and appreciation must go to the organizing committee and the Dean, including the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Nursing, who has done excellent and brilliant job for organizing this timely conference and bringing prominent speakers from several countries. Today's event is different actually with the one that we had conducted last year, because today's conference, we try to follow it through a hybrid method. It's actually totally different from last year when we did this conference via online. Yeah, it is because the pandemic situation is getting better right now, especially in Indonesia. So it may relax our strict activity due to pandemic protocol. So we should be happier today, although the government, it's been not officially decided that the pandemic has been transformed to be the endemic. Dear students, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me my dear students, conducted from last year when we did this conference via online. Yeah, it is because the pandemic situation is getting better right now, especially in Indonesia. So it may relax our strict activity due to pandemic protocol. So we should be happier today, although the government, it's been not officially decided that the pandemic has been transformed to be the endemic. Dear students, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me
Thank you to Mr. Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna, Master of Engineering, IPM.
We welcome Dr. Steve Ross and Dr. Nurse Rondianto, who is here with us at the second International Student Conference 2022 this morning. Next agenda is pray.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa 'afiyatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilm wa barakatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma ighfir lana wa liwalidayna wa lil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibud da'wat ya qadiyal hajat. Oh Allah, today, Sunday 9th of October 2022, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about an international student conference on nursing. The theme is preparing future healthcare workforces in managing non-communicable disease. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly, as a medium for sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences from scholars, researchers, and students from various disciplines. Hopefully, the conference that we are holding today will be useful for our lives, broaden our knowledge, illuminate our ideas, and produce professional health workers in an effort to deal with non-communicable disease, and bring us to become successful, productive people so that we can increase the dignity of our nation. O Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. O Allah, protect us from unintended temptation. Show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things equally. Show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. O Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Dean and the Vices, we invite you to the break room to enjoy the prepared meal. Thank you.
Finally, this was the opening of the second International Student Conference. Next, we will read rules of the second International Student Conference today. Rules of the second International Student Conference. The first, online participants are expected to be able to rename a Zoom account with the account name display format, pre or part, _institution_name. Note, pre for presenter, part for participant. Location of oral presentation participant with maximum capacity about 500 presenter and participant every room. Example, pre_UNECH_Iqbal, part_Oxford_Antonio, part_Subandi Hospital_Vitalia, etc.
The second, offline participants must fill in the attendance list that located at the entrance of the room, while for online participants must fill in the attendance and evaluation link that will be given by the committee in the chat room. There are 2 present forms that must be filled in by all of the participants to Google Form. The form must be filled at the first and the ending of the event, and participants have 1 hour to fill up the form.
The third, participants must attend all the webinar session. The fourth, online participants are prohibited to share the Zoom meeting ID and password or Zoom link with others.
The fifth, certificate will be given to the participants who have registered, uploaded their payment proof, and have filled out the presence.
The sixth, participants are expected to be conducive and deactivated the microphone when entering the virtual room unless requested to be activated by the committee.
The seventh, online participants are expected to activate the video as long as the event is on the set. Exceptions are being valid just in case of any special and urgent conditions.
The eighth, if you have questions in the Q&A session during the conference, you can raise hand until the moderator welcomes you or fill in the Zoom Q&A chat room.
The last, in case of an emergency situations, participants can immediately go out of the room through the evacuation route signs that have been provided. To the participants, we ask to fill in registration form on the link that has been prepared by the committee within the next 2 hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second International Student Conference 2022. The first agenda will be studied. Our first agenda is plenary session.
The Honorable Dean and the Vices, we invite you to take a picture together. Thank you to Dean, the voices, and invited guests. Please back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, first sessions will discuss about frailty among older surgical patients and risk of hospital-acquired adverse events, the Southwestern Sydney Frailty and Nurse Sensitive Indicator Study by Dr. Steve Ross from School of Nursing and Midwifery, Western Sydney University, Australia.
And then, preparing healthcare workforces to care older adults with NCDs in Taiwan by Professor Hu Fangwen, PhD from Institute of Allied Health Science National, Chung Kung University, Taiwan. Let me read moderator's curriculum vitae. Niken Sari Nuraini is student at Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember. Niken has organizational experiences as member of Director General of Education and Professionals of ILMIKI since January 2022 until present, Head of Investment and Partnership Business of Student Executive Board since December 2021 until present, and President of Nursing English Society since April 2021 until December 2021. Niken also has achievements as finalist of essay in annual meeting physiotherapy student of Universitas Bali International in 2021. Finalist scientific papers of Andalas Scientific Fair in 2021. Finalist of essay writing of International Essay Writing Competition in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Niken Sari Nuraini.
Enggak, tiap Sofi ngomong tuh mati terus mic-nya.
Berarti nyalain dulu gini.
Udah tadi nyala. Tadi posisi kayak gini.
Ini yang lama. Nah, ini mati. Tadi ya.
according to the theme of this conference. So basically, the first plenary will be divided into 3 sessions. The first session will be the presentation of the first speaker, and the second session will be the presentation of the second speaker, and we will be followed by question and answer session. And if you have any question for the speakers, please use the chat feature in the Zoom by using the format determined by the committee. And if you are already in this auditorium, please raise your hand and I will appoint you to give the question directly in the question and answer session. But before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce the first speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. Steve Frost from School of Nursing and Midwifery, Western Sydney University. Please give applause for him. For the online participant, you can give the reaction of the applause. All right, before that, let me read the speaker's curriculum vitae. His name is Dr. Steve Frost from Senior Lecturer, School of Nursing and Midwifery. He took the Bachelor of Nursing in the Western Sydney University, and he took the Master of Public Health in University of New South Wales. He also took the Doctor of Epidemiology in University of New South Wales. For the publication itself, he wrote about Principle for Nursing Practice, Osteoarthritis and Osteoporosis, Living with Chronic Illness and Disability, Principle for Nursing Practice, that has been published by Elsevier in 2018. Not only that, he also wrote about the Silver Tsunami, the impact of aging population on healthcare system, future prediction for global care, published by CRC Press in 2018. For the journal article, he wrote about prevalence of SARS-CoV-2, antibodies among nurses, a systematic review and meta-analysis published by Journal of Clinical Nursing in 2022. He also wrote about early fluid bolus in adult with sepsis in emergency department, a systematic review, meta-analysis, and narrative synthesis published by BMC Emergency Medicine in 2022. All right, Dr. Steve Frost is already with us now. Hello, good afternoon, doctor.
Hello, Nikon, can you hear me?
Yes, your voice is audible now. All right, how's life, doctor?
Much. I'll start my share with my screen.
I hope you're in a good condition. It is our honor to have you here, and thank you so much for joining us in the second International Student Conference held by University of Jember, Faculty of Nursing.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Can you see my slides?
All right, doctor, are we ready to give the presentation now? Your slide can be seen now.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present at your student conference. And really, this is something that nurses all around the world is increasing in terms of the challenge of most people are living older now, and we have this increasing problem of frailty amongst the patients we care for in the hospital setting. So I'd like to present some work that we'd recently done in the southwest of Sydney amongst our 5 major hospitals. In particular, there's been a lot of work that's been done describing frailty in the last 10 to 20 years. And particularly one of the main authors in this area is someone who's a professor of gerontology in Canada, which is Kenneth Rockwood and his group. And in terms of frailty, it's been quite well described, but it's an increasing problem in the clinical setting. And what we found is that what we see at a population level, we're also seeing in the hospital setting. So the most problematic expression of this population aging is the clinical condition of frailty. investigators have actually developed some quite valid models to actually estimate frailty, and they've allowed epidemiological investigation to actually show. I'll just go back up to that slide. But one of the problems that we have is that with frailty, we also need to have some kind of efficient way to detect it at the bedside. And this is one of the biggest challenges that we've actually had in terms of frailty. One of the earliest models for frailty was actually described by a cardiovascular researcher, Linda Fried. And this work was actually based on a cohort study amongst older cardiovascular patients. And she actually described this condition where she saw unplanned weight loss, people were reporting actually being tired, and people had a number of comorbidities, including they were actually falling. So in terms of the phenotype model, Linda Fried's model was based on unplanned weight loss, self-reported exhaustion, self-reported low energy levels, and slow gait speed, and even slow or weak grip strength. Now, the problem with Linda Fried's work is that it was based on a clinical, or not on a clinical group of patients, it was actually based on a group of patients in the population. So it was a population-based cohort study. And this was difficult to actually use this Linda Fried model in the clinical setting because a lot of patients, when they're acutely ill, when they're older, we can't actually do assessments like grip strength and walking speed. In terms of the work that was being done by Kenneth Rockwood has actually described frailty in terms of cumulative deficits. And this work's really based on the actual comprehensive geriatric assessment model, where a geriatrician would usually spend 30 to 45 minutes doing a comprehensive assessment, and based on a patient's cumulative deficits in terms of comorbidities, in terms of function and ability at home, they would actually describe them as actually being frail. So in terms of the frailty index, it had a clinical context, but once again, it was also developed on an actual population-based cohort study. Kenneth Rockwood had actually started a cohort study to look at the actual cognitive decline of men and women over the age of 65, and he increasingly came across this concept of frailty. In terms of measuring frailty in the clinical setting, Kenneth Rockwood has actually done some work in trying to develop a clinical frailty score, and this makes the measurement of frailty in the clinical setting much, much easier. In terms of the clinical frailty score, it's actually based on 9 discrete categories of frailty, ranging from someone being classified as being very fit, up until the actual being very frail, and then being at the end of life. And this is important because with these categories, these are easy to measure at the bedside and they're easy to actually describe. And this is very useful in the clinical setting. And this probably came from Kenneth Rockwood's work as a geriatrician in the emergency department, where a comprehensive geriatric assessment was 30 to 40 minutes to administer, whereas the clinical frailty score of 1 to 9 is actually very, very easy to use and can be used by any clinician at the bedside. In terms of estimating frailty on a larger scale, one of Kenneth Rockwood's colleagues, Andrew Clegg, has actually developed an electronic form of the actual index in terms of cumulative deficits. And this is something that we've used in the southwest of Sydney on our large administrative databases to estimate the burden of frailty. And in particular, in this study, we were looking at older surgical patients. But importantly, this electronic form of the cumulative deficit model can actually be developed on retrospective data. So we're able to look in the past and use routinely collected data on function, cognitive problems, comorbidities on admission to hospital, and to actually develop a frailty index for our patients admitted to our 5 major hospitals across the LH, our local health district. In terms of the cumulative deficit model and the electronic application, it's been reduced to 36 items. And in terms of our patients in our administrative data, we generally find that most of these deficits are actually coded by our clinical coders, because not only do people present to hospital with comorbidities, they do actually present to hospital some aspects of frailty. However, in terms of specifically surgical patients, there really hasn't been a lot of work done looking at frail patients. And one of the focuses, especially among nurses, is this idea of hospital-acquired complications. And this is something universal to all nursing practice across the world, that when we have older, frail patients in the hospital setting, not only do they come in with acute illnesses, they can actually have adverse events while they're in the hospital. And our common adverse events in the hospital setting are falls, pressure injury, incontinence, malnutrition, and delirium. So we sought to describe the relationship between this increasing frailty amongst our older surgical patients and the risk of hospital adverse events. In terms of the methods, we specifically looked at consecutive surgical admissions amongst older men and women, they were aged 70 years or more, across our local health district over a 10-year period. And as I said, our local health district has 5 major hospitals. The relationship between an increasing number of cumulative deficit frailty items and hospital-acquired adverse events such as falls, pressure injury, delirium, hospital-acquired pneumonia, thromboembolism and hospital mortality were explored. As I mentioned, we used our routinely collected admitted patient data sets, which use International Classification of Disease version 10 to classify not just acute conditions, but also to classify conditions that are present when someone arrives at the hospital, such as comorbidities. And we use these ICD-10 codes to develop the frailty index. The risk of hospital-acquired adverse events is also part of this coding system, and they're actually coded as ICD-10 events, but they're also identified as being hospital-acquired. And this separates something from a comorbid position or something that was existing on a hospital presentation to something that's occurred during a hospital stay, such as a fall, delirium, pressure injury, and etc. In terms of our overall study population, we only included the first admission during the 10-year period, as many patients were actually admitted many times over this time. So we actually assembled an inception cohort of 44,000 patients. And what we found when we looked at the coded data is we could see that there was actually evidence of frailty amongst these older surgical patients. We classified them in terms of their number of comorbidities and deficit items, ranging from 0 to 1 deficit items up until a group that had in between 4 and 12 deficit items. And as I said, these were conditions that were present on admission to hospital. In terms of our age, it was patients who were aged 70 or more. In terms of admissions, there was a little bit more women, around 57%. But importantly, a lot of our patients were actually admitted to hospital for orthopedic problems, and a lot of them were actually related to injuries. And most of these injuries were related to hospital falls in the community when someone was presenting to hospital for injury, especially an orthopedic injury from that fall. And you can see there was a number of comorbidities. And there's also a group of patients who actually have been admitted to hospital in the last 28 days before this index admission. And you can actually see their length of stay in terms of frailty deficit items is quite significant. In terms of the group that actually only had 1 to 2 deficit items, their median length of stay was 3 days. But once we got to the group of individuals who had 4 to 12 deficit items, their median length of stay was up to 20 days, because sometimes this is related to quite a long rehabilitation period. In terms of the distribution of the deficit items, you can see from the figure on the left that the most common deficit was actually a history of falls. And this fits in with a lot of epidemiological evidence that men and women over the age of 60 in the community, about 1 in 5 do report falling in the last 12 months. The next deficit item that was common was diabetes, and then cognitive problems, hypertension, syncope, where people have a history of having short episodes, osteoporosis. But what's also important, there was also coding for some of these frailty deficit items such as polypharmacy, social vulnerability, people having mobility problems. So this is useful in terms of our setting because we not only take into account someone's comorbid position or conditions, we can also look at their frailty deficit and their function at home before they come to hospital. Importantly, in terms of the adverse events, it became quite obvious when we started analysing the data, and we adjusted all of our risk factors in terms of age and sex. But what we found was, in terms of deficit items increasing, the more deficit items, the higher the risk of an adverse event in hospital. And this is an example of hospital falls. You can see that in comparison to the group that had 0 to 1 deficit items, once the patient presented to hospital with 4 to 12 deficit items, there was a very, very high risk of actually having an in-hospital fall. And even when we adjust for increasing age and for sex, you can still see there's this 15 times the risk amongst the highest frailty group compared to the lowest group in terms of falls. And as we move through the actual other adverse events, pressure injuries, we see a similar story, that you've got a very high risk of an in-hospital acquired pressure injury in patients who present to hospital who are frail. Delirium, once again, these patients are at very, very high risk, and they had 40 times the risk of having an event of delirium when they had 4 to 12 deficit items compared to the group that only had 0 or 1 deficit item. The same with hospital-acquired pneumonia, and the same with hospital-acquired thromboembolism, such as DVTs or pulmonary embolism. In terms of mortality, even when we adjust for age and sex, there's still an increased risk of hospital mortality in the groups that have more deficit items. And this is well described in the population-based studies, but our study was looking at the hospital setting. So in conclusion, we found that there's an increasing number of frailty deficit items. In other words, the more frail these older surgical patients were when they arrived at hospital, they had a very high risk of adverse events. And these were all of our sort of important nurse-sensitive indicators: pressure injury, delirium, falls, malnutrition, incontinence. And the other thing is there's an opportunity here, especially from a nursing perspective, that when patients actually arrive at hospital and we recognise that they're frail, that we can actually openly acknowledge they're at high risk of adverse events, and that they actually need very specific models of care to avoid these adverse events in the hospital setting. Importantly, with the deficit items, we actually think that, this is not surprising in a sense, and we know that we have to have the actual specific models of care. In terms of some other work that we've done in the southwest of Sydney, we've looked at frailty and delirium in intensive care patients and seen a very similar picture. And the other thing is, we've actually been able to show from a nursing perspective, if we actually stop delirium in the hospital, we can actually prevent falls, because there's a very strong relationship between a patient being delirious and actually being at very high risk of falls. If we prevent the delirium, we can prevent falls, and this is very useful. In terms of other models of care, we've been able to show that there may be some solutions to actually reduce the risk, especially amongst these frail patients. And one approach is a comprehensive geriatric assessment model. This model is based on an actual comprehensive assessment and plan of care. But the actual coordination of this model of care and delivery of care is done majority by nursing staff. There is medical staff input in terms of medicines management, and there's allied health input also. But the majority of this model is actually delivered by nurses. What has actually been shown in some of the literature is that amongst surgical patients who actually receive a comprehensive geriatric assessment model, and this is usually patients who are actually recognised in the preoperative clinic and they're seen by a gerontologist, whether that's a specialist medical doctor or a specialist nurse, and they have a comprehensive geriatric assessment, you can actually reduce their adverse events post-surgery. And this is a small meta-analysis that we've done. And these patients were older surgical patients. Some were having colorectal surgery, some were having minor procedures for oncology problems, some of them were actually hip fracture patients. But this is very promising because we know that there's a solution to reducing these adverse events. Also, hospital mortality appears to be reduced when you actually apply a comprehensive geriatric assessment model to older surgical patients. In terms of length of stay, the length of stay is also reduced when there's a comprehensive geriatric model assessment. So all of this is very, very promising. And our work in the future will be exploring these models of care that, as I said, will be primarily organised and actually given by nursing staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you.
Please give applause for that excellent presentation. Yeah, for the online participant, you also can give a reaction of an applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Frost, for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. And for the question and answer session will be after the second presenter. So, yep. So we hope Doctor will stay until the question and answer session. Thank you so much, Doctor. Yeah, already joined with us, Professor Phang Wen Hu from National Cheng Kung University. And welcome to the second International Student Conference held by Universitas Jember.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Phang Wen Hu, and I'll share my slide. Okay.
All right, Prof.
All right, could you see my slide?
Yes, your slide can be seen now. But before that, let me read the curriculum vitae of Professor Phang Wen Hu. Yeah, the name is Professor Phang Wen Hu from Clinical Associate Professor or PhD from Institute of Allied Health Science, College of Medicine, National Cheng Kung University. She finished the Bachelor of Nursing in Kaohsiung Medical University. And for the direct entry, she took Medical Surgical Nursing in Institute of Clinical Nursing, National Cheng Kung University. For the doctor, she took Medical Surgical Nursing or Gerontological Nursing in Institute of Allied Health Science, College of Medicine, National Cheng Kung University. And about the publication itself, she wrote about instrument for older adults, manuscript accepted by Journal of Nutrition and Health Aging in 2021. And also, she wrote about effect of vitamin B2 supplementation on migraine prophylaxis, a systematic review and meta-analysis, nutritional and neuroscience publisher in 2021. She also wrote about short versions of Geriatric Depression Scale or GDS among widowed older people in Taiwan, comparing their psychometric properties, published by Australasian Journal on Aging in 2021. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Hu Fengwen, PhD from Institute of Allied Health Science, National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. Hello, good afternoon, Prof.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Phang Wen Hu. I'm currently a gerontological clinical nurse specialist and also a clinical associate professor in National Cheng Kung University Hospital. Today, I'm so glad to have the opportunity to share the preparing healthcare workforces to care older adults with non-communicable disease in Taiwan.
All right. Prof, you are given 20 minutes to give the presentation. Time is completely yours now.
Okay, thanks a lot. And I'm not sure I cannot move to next slide by myself. So, okay. Could you see the next slide for the disclosure?
Yep, we can see the disclosure slide.
Okay, Thanks a lot. And this slide is for disclosure. I did not have any relevant financial relationships exist in this presentation. So people worldwide are living longer. And today, most of people can expect to live into their 60s and beyond. And each country in the world is experiencing growth in both size and the proportion of older adults in the population. The older population has increased rapidly in the last decade, was 300 million in 1999 and reached 500 million to 2011. And this year, the world population is 800 million. And compared to 2011, compared to 2021, I think 2021, okay, the number of person aged 60 or above is expected to more than double by 2015 and to more than triple by 2100, and reaching from 800 million globally in 2021 to 1.6 billion in 2015 and 2.5 billion in 2100 and 2100. In short, 1 in 10% in the world was 60 years and older in 2021. By 2015, 1 in 5 people in the world will be age 16 and older. Okay, so in the Eastern and Social Eastern area, you can see in the figure, and Eastern and Social Eastern Asia are home to the largest share of the world older population in 2019, and this is expected to remain so in 2015, while the proportion of the people aged 60 and or above was 9.8% in 2017. It will be increased to 30.7% and 20.3% by 2030 and by 2015 respectively. So according to the statistic, Indonesia, so in the other figure, the number of older people in Indonesia is expected to increase by around 10% by 2020 and around 20% by 2024. So it is estimated that by 2015, the older population will reach 74 million, or around 25% of the total population. So are you prepared as an aging nation? As we know, the population aging is significantly increasing the burden of non-communicable disease. For example, in the United States, you can see the more than 19% of older adults have at least one chronic disease, and 73% have 2 or more. And you can see in the prevalence of non-communicable disease in other countries in older adults also was high. Okay, so the non-communicable disease killed 41 million people each year, equivalent to 74% of all deaths globally. So in Indonesia, non-communicable disease were the leading cause of deaths. According to the 2018 data from WHO non-communicable disease country profile, the proportion of mortality in the Indonesia were the cardiovascular disease was for 35%, and cancer for 12%, chronic respiration disease for 6%, diabetes for 6%, and the other non-communicable disease for 15%. Okay. This is WHO response for the non-communicable disease. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognized non-communicable disease as a major challenge for sustainable development. So as part of the agenda, heads of state and government committed to develop ambitious national response by 2030 to reduce by 1/3 premature mortality from non-communicable disease through prevention and treatment. WHO plays a key leadership role in the coordination and promotion of the global fight against non-communicable disease and the achievement of SDG Target 3 and 4. In 2019, the World Health Assembly extended the WHO Global Action Plan for Prevention and Control Non-Communicable Disease and called for the development of an implementation roadmap 2023 to 2030 to accelerate progressions on prevention and control non-communicable disease. So the roadmap support actions to achieve a set of 9 global targets with the greatest impact toward the prevention and management of non-communicable disease. This slide, you can see the current challenge of non-communicable disease is COVID-19 pandemic. It is an ongoing global pandemic caused by severe acute respiratory symptom coronavirus 2. And the novel virus was first identified from Wuhan, from an outbreak in Wuhan, China, okay, in December 2019, and WHO declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern on 13 January 2020 and a pandemic on 11 March 2020. As of 8 October 2020, the pandemic has caused more than 618 million cases and 6.54 million confirmed deaths, making it one of the deadliest in the history. So under the COVID-19 pandemic, so the potential effect of government restriction on the lifestyle and behavior and the mechanism by which they can lead to reduce the muscle protein synthesis and increase muscle protein broken down, resulting in muscle loss. The development of sarcopenia or in the presence of currently excess sarcopenia, obesity is associated with significant risk for the multiple comorbidities such as cardiovascular disease or diabetes, some of which may also increase the risk of COVID-19 infection and stability. So initial report indicated that mortality in the person with COVID-19 appears to be higher in a person with non-communicable disease. In patients with non-communicable disease, a concurrent COVID-19 infection may affect the progression and health outcome of their pre-existing chronic disorder. So evidence from other respiratory infections such as seasonal influenza, for example, show that the infection can exacerbate chronic non-communicable conditions such as asthma, COPD, CHF, and are associated with a functional decline in older adults. So this evidence highlights the need to monitor non-communicable disease progression in those infected with COVID-19 to examine how it affects non-communicable non-communicable disease symptoms and as well as show a long-term function and cognitive decline. So while controlling this communicable disease of utmost important, but the long-term effect on individuals with non-communicable disease is also significant. Although certain non-communicable disease appear to increase the severity of COVID-19 and mortality risk, COVID-19 infection in survivors with non-communicable disease may also affect the progression of their existing clinical condition. So infection containment measures will have substantial short and long-term consequences, such as like social isolation and counteracting restriction will reduce physical activity and increase other unhealthy lifestyle, thus increase non-communicable risk factors and worsen clinical symptoms. So, like vitamin D, level may decrease and there may be a risk in mental health disorder. Many countries have made changes to routine management of non-communicable disease patients. For example, the canceling non-urgent outpatient visits, and which will have important impact for non-communicable disease management, diagnosis of new onset non-communicable disease, and progression of the non-communicable disease. So older adults have unique and complete care need that's been a medical, cognitive, and emotional, social, and environmental domain. So coping with the multiple chronic condition is also challenging in the older population. So requiring healthcare professionals to have specialized training and education. Furthermore, we know the COVID-19 outbreak also seen an opportunity to engage older adults with non-communicable disease to maintain cognitive and physical function and reduce solitude emerging from isolation should be also addressed. So leader in the geriatric and gerontology to recognize the unique need to ensure that healthcare professionals to have sufficient ability in geriatric care, especially in older adults with multiple chronic conditions. So in 2008, the Institute of Medicine's Committee on the Future Healthcare Workforce of the Older American has formed to prompt health workforce in challenge in caring older adults and to set out a course of action that will improve their nation's readiness to care for aging population. The committee conducted a thorough analysis of the forces that shape the health workforce, including education, training, models of practice, and the financing of public and private programs. And in the June 2008, the American Geriatric Society convened a meeting of 21 organizations representing healthcare professions who care for the older adults to discuss how this organization could work together to advance recommendations from the 2008 Institution of Medicine report. So they Turing for the aging American building the healthcare workforce was published and advocate for ways to meet the healthcare needs of nation's readiness growth in older adults. This meeting led to the development of a partnership for the health in aging that identify as its first step the development of a set of core competencies in the care of older adults that are relevant to and can be endorsed by all health professional discipline. So the workshop member present 10 health care discipline, just like in the slide, the density, medicine, nursing, nutrition, OT, pharmacy, PT, physical assistance, psychological, and social work. And in February 2009, the workshop began with a comprehensive matrix of competency across their discipline. These 10 disciplines. Through an interactive process, the workshop drive a set of baseline competencies that were circulate among more than 25 professional organizations for review and comment. The workshop review all comments received and develop the final set of competency for following slide. I will just present later. So the set of describe the essential skills that healthcare professionals in above 10 disciplines should have, and necessary approaches they should master by the time they complete their entry-level degree in order to provide quality care for older adults. So after 2010, these disciplines are currently at different stages in developed discipline specific geriatric competency.
I'm so sorry, doctor, for interrupting. Your time is only 5 minutes left.
Okay, so this is a multidisciplinary competence in caring, in care of older adults at the complete of the entry-level health professional degree. So they have 6 domains. First one domain is health promotion. The second domain is evaluation and assessment. The third domain is caring plan and coordinate across the care spring, including the end of life care. This the fourth domain is interdisciplinary and caring care. Fifth domain is caregiver support. The sixth domain is health care system and benefits. So we also have based on this previous multidisciplinary competency in the care of older adults, the Promotion Association of Care and Education for the Senior in Taiwan, they developed a GCP, Geriatric Care Profession Training for candidates interested in GCP certification. They need to have 24 hours for geriatric care class and 33 hours for fellowship training are required. So after they require all the training, they will get the certification of the GCP. So we also conducted a study to evaluate the effectiveness of the GCP training. And you can see in the slide, a total of 68 participants were enrolled. And after the training, their knowledge of geriatric care and attitude of and self-evaluation of competence to provide geriatric care or a significant increase. However, the attitude of the geriatric care maybe did not increase so significantly. So we can see this training is effective for the geriatric care professional to increase their geriatric care competency. The other geriatric care competency in the RN nurse, we also conducted in a total of 117 participants, and after the training, they can increase their knowledge and attitude and self-evaluate competency to care, providing geriatric care. However, they did not, when they practice only 70%, they really can practice correct in the geriatric care. So further, we plan develop a training to increase their geriatric care competency, and after the training, they can pre-test, protest, and 6 months after program, they all can improve their knowledge, attitude, and their competency of providing geriatric care. However, nowadays we use the game-based learning app to improve nurse ability to provide geriatric care. It will more effective than the just training on the course of fellowship. Okay, so take home message is non-communicable disease can diminish older adults' quality of life, raising healthcare costs, and health costs and increased pressure of on the family member. So older adults have unique company needs, so requiring healthcare professions to have specific training and education, especially for older adults with multiple chronic conditions. So the GCP training program in Taiwan does help improve the participants' knowledge and self-perceived competence of geriatric care. Moreover, in the clinical practice also help to integrate participants' knowledge into practice. Okay, so all of above is my presentation today. Thanks a lot for your listening.
Please give applause for that excellent presentation. For the online participant, you also can give a reaction of applause. Very well, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the question and answer session. There will be 2 questions for each speakers. If you have any question for the speaker, please use the chat feature in the Zoom by using the format determined by the committee. And if you are already in this auditorium, please raise your hand and I will appoint you to give the question directly. All right, there is already a question from Ananda Eka Prastiani from Universitas Jember. The Honorable Mr. Frost, please give me permission to ask you a question. My name is Nanda Eka from University of Jember. She said that she is actually interested in the problem of frailty in elderly. Of course, because of the good presentation explanation about that. So the question is, how can we as nursing students practicing the frailty management in elderly patients? And what should we do for the first time? And is there any important aspect in handling the frailty such as fall prevention or other things in elderly? All right, you can answer the question.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I think from a nursing perspective, frailty in the clinical setting is something that we can use to identify patients who are at highest risk of adverse events, such as falls and delirium. And we generally found, as I mentioned in my talk, that if you have a nursing intervention that stops delirium, you will also stop falls. And one of the most important things we've found is the more time you actually spend with patients, when you try and get them doing there's very good evidence in the US from the Hospital Elder Life program. You mobilize patients, you make sure that they're eating, you make sure that they're drinking, you talk to them and ask them about what their usual routine is at home, you talk to the family and ask about someone's usual routine. And the more you get to know your patient and the more you make that care individualized, and it doesn't matter if you're in a surgical ward or a medical ward or a critical care ward, you're always trying to make that care comprehensive and in consultation with the patient and their family. But some of the very important things is mobilization, eating, doing normal things, and even in the Hospital Elder Life program in the North of America, the medical officers will sometimes write on the medication chart, mobilization TDS, that the patient needs to get up and walk 3 times a day, just like they would need to have a medication 3 times a day. So some of these normal functioning things are so important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that answer. So the question from Ananda Eka is already answered. So Ananda Eka, is the answer given by Dr. Frost is enough to you? All right, Ananda answered. Thank you so much, Dr. Frost, for the answer. That might give us an idea for our clinical practice. Thank you very much. All right, maybe for audience in offline. Wait a minute, the girl over there using the black hijab, please committee give the microphone to her.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Camelia Irdina. I'm from Jember University. I want to ask to Professor Fang. My question is, an older adults have unique and complex care needs that span medical, cognitive, emotional, social, and environmental domains. How do we handle in all these domains, especially in emotional domains? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Now I will let Professor Steve Frost to answer the question.
I think the best approach is the comprehensive approach, that you look at the patient from all these multiple aspects, that they're not just admitted to hospital for an acute problem, that they actually have some chronic diseases that they actually usually manage at home, but really in consultation with the patients and their families themselves. And one of the big things that we found in the COVID pandemic is when you limit patients having visitors, that can be a problem. So incorporating families into care is very, very important. Finding out what someone usually likes to do and what their usual environment is at home, and really maintaining that contact. My background's in intensive care nursing, and we were using iPads and, we were using virtual ways to speak with families and the patients. But having the patient's family present, I think it's very, very important. Someone that they feel safe with, someone that they can trust, and really help them with that kind of emotional challenge of being in hospital.
All right, thank you so much for the answer. The question already answered. So is the answer given by Professor Frost is enough to you?
Yes, I think it's enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Is there still any question for the speakers? All right, the girl over there using the hijab over there.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Malika Balkis from Faculty of Nursing, Batch 21. In this occasion, I have a question to Mrs. Fang Wenhu about the GCP. The GCP, or Geriatric Care Practitioners, was developed to manage and provide integrated care for older adults in Taiwan. The content of GCP training is based on the geriatric care competencies for interprofessional healthcare providers from AGS. For candidates interested in GCP certification, 24 hours for geriatric care class and 33 hours for fellowship training are required. So, from the implementation of the training conducted in Taiwan, were there any obstacles encountered during the training? And can it be applied in other countries, especially in Indonesia? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the question. I will let Professor Fang Wenhu to answer the question.
Okay, thanks for your question. Actually, we conducted acute care for adults care model in Taiwan maybe 4 years ago. So after we train the GCP, they can be a care manager in the acute care for adults model in Taiwan, so they can practice their professional in hospitals. So I'm not sure. Did we have? Maybe we have a different healthcare system, the culture of health system or care model in Taiwan and in Indonesia. Maybe we have somehow a different. We have difference. However, I think the content of training program in GCP maybe can adopt it in Indonesia because the content in a class included like a comprehensive geriatric assessment and the delirium problem. How do you assess and how do you do your nursing care, or about the four like the variety or common geriatric syndrome we will teach in the training program. So maybe the content of the training program can be also adopted in Indonesia. Somehow maybe you need to end some specific issue that may be most severe or important in Indonesia. Okay. And the other is about the fellowship. So we let the GCP we include they can go to visit home care or like the discharge planning or other geriatric care ward or the OPD or the daycare, so they can to visit the continuity care of a geriatric patient. So I'm not sure, do you have daycare or the long-term care system in Indonesia? However, some of these visiting you also can conduct it in the Indonesia. So maybe most of the content in the geriatric GCP training can adapt in Indonesia. However, maybe needs to a little bit revised. Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much for the answer. So the question already answered. Is the answer given by Professor Fang Wenhu already enough to you?
Okay, thank you. I think it's enough.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any question from the offline participants? Wait a minute, the girl over there with the pasmina hijab.
National Nurses Association March Song. Ladies and gentlemen, organization is the third.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Siti Alzekia Anur Elfaiza from Class D 2022. My question is how to improve the quality of service for the elderly, considering that in general, care for the elderly tends to be less attention grabbing. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, the question is for Professor Steve or Professor Fang Wenhu?
Professor Steve.
All right. So, Professor Frost, you can answer the question.
I think, I guess from a perspective, we're starting to think about healthy aging, that we're actually not just focusing on comorbid diseases or frailty or lack of function, that we're starting to change the conversation, that we're looking at older people in terms of the best quality of life and best outcomes, that they want to achieve. And we're using that term healthy aging, and the World Health Organization had spent 10 years working on this area, coming up with some definitions around individual capacity and environmental capacity. So I think in terms of making the care of older patients a priority, I think that not just in the acute care setting, but at a population level, we're really trying to look at it from a healthy aging perspective.
All right, thank you very much for the answer. The question is already answered. Is that enough to you?
Thank you. Yes, I think it's enough.
All right, thank you very much. I will ask again, is there any more question for the speaker? All right, over there, the committee, please give the microphone.
So first of all, thank you for the time that given to me. My name is Giovanka and I'm from the Faculty of Nursing, University of Jember, the class of 2022. So there's a slide from the Dr. Strip presentation that says about the methods, and one of it says, risk of hospital-acquired adverse events were assessed using Poisson regression models, and one of the sentence says that it's adjusted for age and sex. So the question that I want to ask is, what are the indicators that makes the Poisson regression model different between patients of different ages and genders? Like how the model given for women patients are different with the model that given to men patients. Thank you.
Thank you so much
Thank you
for
for the
the
question.
question. All right, Professor Frost, you can answer the question.
Thank you. It's an interesting question. Generally, we do use one model because we actually adjust for age and sex within the model. But it is a very good question because sometimes when we adjust for something, we consider it to be a confounder, but we can also have something that's an effect modifier. And sometimes that means you would use two separate models. And we find a lot of this in osteoporosis research. The relationship between bone density and fracture risk is different for men and women. And we would use two separate Poisson models or Cox regression models because the sex is an effect modifier. But in our analysis, we didn't assess sex as being a modifier. So we used a single model, and we're looking at an independent relationship between frailty and risk of adverse events while adjusting for age and sex. So we're actually adjusting for it as a confounder rather than as an effect modifier. But it's a very good question because it's always a conceptual question that if the risk is modified between sex, then you should do two separate models, one for men and one for women, because that risk ratio will be different in terms of increasing frailty and risk of adverse events. But thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the answer. So it's the answer given is enough to you? I'm so sorry, you can use the microphone.
I think it's very enough, and thank you so much for the answer.
All right. And I actually have one question for Professor Hu Fang Wen. I'm going to ask about when we are giving the health promotion to the elderly people, and then when they are basically have the impairment, like maybe from the sides and from the ears and the other general part of the body, how we can deal with that?
Okay, thanks for your question. So, in the concept of aging-friendly care, so we have a lot of assist and to let the patient who have impairment, so we can assist they to hear or they can see more clearly, or some ends help they to go to do the mobility. Okay, so maybe some of these elderly, maybe impaired elderly, they are hardly to understand how to do the health promotion. Sometimes we can I think one concept is very important is what matters is we have to know what they are caring about, what is value for them, and then we know what they think and value to them. Then when we want to teach them how to do the health promotion, maybe we can follow their value to teach them and some assistance for them. So like the hearing aid or the glasses for them, and sometimes we can give them some paper. They not some health promotion skills. They maybe can take home and they did not to forget. When they forget, they can take the paper to see what they can do to do the health promotion. So some of these skills we use in Taiwan to let us can do the health promotion more convenient, effective and convenient. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot for Professor Fang Wen Hu for the answer. All right, is there any question for the speakers? If not, then ladies and gentlemen, actually we come to the end of the presentation. We would like to say thanks again for all of the speakers and also for the audience for your active participation. Hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you so much, Professor Frost and Professor Hu Fang Wen, for insightful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your attention. My name is Niken Sari Nuraini. Have a good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'll give back to the Master of Ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, March Song of Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember, Tuners Philharmonic Choir, please come to the stage.
Iya, itu buat ada di sini. Kira-kira duduk,
Universitas Jember, kampus tercinta, tempatku di tempat menggapai cita, penerus karya mulia, jadi perawat kebanggaan Bunda. Bersama kita berciri yang berbeda, mengandung arti layanan semesta, mengawal jiwa menjadi berbangga, menghantar kering landasan utama. Majulah keperawatan Universitas Jember, jayalah tetap semangat untuk perawatan. Majulah siap menantang tuntutan demi masa, kuatlah kita melangkah secara bersama. Layanan luas ada di depan mata, rakyat sekitar dan juga dunia menanti kita para perawat muda untuk berbakti menolong sesama. Majulah keperawatan Universitas Jember, jayalah tetap semangat untuk perawatan.
Indonesian National Nurses Association March Song.
Thank you to Nurse Philharmonic Choir. Please back to your seat.
Oh gini toh.
Iya, gitu. Nah, nanti panitianya bawain siapa nih yang masuk?
Aku.
Oke.
By our chairman. Chairman.
Apa bukan shift dah? Soalnya di sini tulisannya shift. Shift.
Dari awal ininya chairman.
Oke.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the second plenary session. We will discuss about improving quality of nursing interventions in managing non-communicable diseases using evidence-based practice by Dr. Samarapa Banharak, RN PhD from Gerontological Nursing, Khon Kaen University, Thailand. And then, family role in type 2 diabetes self-management, agro-nursing perspective by Dr. Nasrondianto, Magister Keperawatan from Critical Care and Medical Surgical Nursing, Universitas Jember, Indonesia.
Let me read moderator's curriculum vitae. Adinda Widya Pangestu is student at Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Jember. Organizations experience: Faculty of Nursing Student Representative Body, Universitas Jember, since December 2021 until present. Nursing English Society, since April 2021 until December 2021. Agro-Nursing Science Competitions of Jember Nursing College, since March 2021 until September 2021. achievement book publications entitled Gerakan Remaja Pintar Turunkan Angka Stunting on September 2022. Funding acceptance in student organizations capacity building program since July 2022 until November 2022. And most active member of Faculty of Nursing Student Representative Body on June 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Adinda Widya Pangestu.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, for the time that given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the session of Second International Student Conference. My name is Adinda, and I will moderating the second plenary. Alright, so first, I want to check our audience spirit. For online audience, in Zoom meeting, you can give your reaction like love or clapping emoticons. And for audience at auditorium room here, let me hear your voices, okay? So, are you still excited for the next presentation? Wow, there are a lot of enthusiasts here, okay. So all of you still have spirit as this morning, right? Because in this second plenary, we shall have outstanding speakers who come from Indonesia and Thailand, which I believe shall enrich our insights and knowledge regarding the theme of this conference. So in this second plenary, we will have 3 sessions. First is presentation of the third speaker by Dr. Nesrondianto, Magister Keperawatan from Universitas Jember, Indonesia. And second, presentation of fourth speaker by Dr. Samarapop Banharak, RN PhD from Konkan University, Thailand. And for the last is followed by question and answer session. So if you have any question for the speakers, please use chat feature in the Zoom by using the format determined by the committee. Alright, so without further ado, I would like to welcome our speaker. He will deliver a presentation entitled Family Role in Type 2 Diabetes Self-Management Agro-Nursing Perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nesrondianto, Magister Keperawatan from Critical Care and Medical Surgical Nursing, Universitas Jember, Indonesia. Please have a seat. All right, thank you. So our speaker is already with us now. Let's greet him. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry for the microphone. Still there? Maybe for the committee, please give our speakers microphone.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so
Sorry,
how?
let me
Oh
take
yeah,
off
yeah,
my-
it's alright, it's alright. How are you today?
Yes, I'm so great at here, see with the audience at here, and then I like the emotion. After we do during our offline, like
Yeah. It's been a long time to not meeting.
yes,
in-
yes, of course.
All right, so thank you for joining with us in the second International Student Conference. It's our honor to meet you here. Okay, so let me read our speaker's curriculum vitae. Dr. Nasrondianto, Magister Keperawatan, is a lecturer at Faculty of Nursing, Jember University. He's already finished his bachelor degree of Nursing Sciences at Gadjah Mada University, Master degree of Nursing Sciences at Airlangga University, and also Doctor degree of Public Health at Airlangga University. His research interest is first, pengaruh diabetes self-management, education, and sport terhadap self-efficacy, self-care behavior, distress, dan kualitas hidup pada penderita diabetes mellitus tipe 2 di wilayah kerja Puskesmas Patrang, Kabupaten Jember pada tahun 2015. In 2016, is perbedaan penggunaan chlorhexidine 0,2%, NaCl 0,9%, dan povidone iodine 1% sebagai dekontaminasi mulut terhadap kolonisasi Staphylococcus aureus pada pasien pasca operasi anestesi umum. In 2017, is pengaruh penggunaan povidone iodine 10% dalam perawatan kateter urin terhadap kolonisasi Escherichia coli di RSD Dr. Subandi, Jember. In 2018, is pengaruh diabetes self-management education berdasarkan the health belief model terhadap kondisi psikososial penderita diabetes tipe 2 di Kabupaten Jember. And for the last, in 2019, pengembangan model pemberdayaan family caregiver sebagai upaya peningkatan kemampuan pengelolaan mandiri diabetes mellitus tipe 2 di Kabupaten Jember. And for his publication of international journals are first, factors influencing diabetes self-care behavior among adults with type 2 diabetes in rural area Jember, Indonesia in 2018. Second, is the effect of diabetes self-management education based on the health belief model on psychosocial outcome of type 2 diabetic patient in Indonesia in the same year. And third, is analysis of socio-demographic and psychological factors of the family caregiver self-management capabilities for type 2 diabetes mellitus in 2019. And for the last, in 2020, part analysis of the influence of nurses' role of family caregiver diabetes self-management capabilities with empowerment as intervening variables in Indonesia. Alright, so we will watch together our speaker's presentation. So are you ready for the presentation, sir? Okay, you can start your presentation in 20 minutes. The time is yours.
Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Greeting for all us, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. Honorable Rector of Universitas Jember, Dr. Iwan Taruna, Master of Engineering, who I respect, Dean of Faculty of Nursing, Mrs. Lantin Sulistiorini, Master of Health, Vice Dean for Academic, Student and Alumni, Dr. Anissa Ardiana, Vice Dean for Human Resources and General Administration, Dr. Nurfika Asmaningrum, all of the speakers in this conference. There are Dr. Steve Frost from Western Sydney University, Dr. Fang Wenhu from National Cheng Kung University, and also Dr. Samurapop Banharak from Konkan University. Before I start my presentation, I would like to say thank you to all of the committee that invite me, give me opportunity to stand here in front of all of you to share about family role in type 2 diabetes self-management in agro nursing perspective. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay, let's learn together what is type 2 diabetes. Diabetes is a non-communicable disease that has become one of the priority health problem in the worldwide, especially in the last decade. And then type 2 diabetes especially is the most common of type diabetes. It's around about 90 to 95% of all of diabetes case. And also the picture on the slide you can see shows that the number of people with diabetes worldwide and per IDF region in 2020 and prediction in 2045. It can be seen the picture that there are a fairly high increase in each region. Next, please. Okay. The following is a global picture of type 2 diabetes mellitus condition in the world. The number of people with type 2 diabetes in the world in 2011 was 266 million people, increasing to 537 million people in 2021, which death rate excluding the risk of death associated with COVID-19 pandemic, around 6.5 million. So next slide, please. Okay, what about the condition type 2 diabetes in Indonesia? Indonesia is one of the countries with the highest number of people with type 2 diabetes in the world. In 2019, the number was 10.7 million, and in 2020 increased to 19.5 million. This caused Indonesia in 2021 to be ranked 5th in the countries with a population suffering type 2 diabetes, up to place from 7th ranked position in 2019. Next slide, please. Okay. Type 2 diabetes mellitus is a chronic disease that can be cured and require a proper medical management, continuously self-management and collaboration between sufferers, families, and health workers. The success of type 2 diabetes treatment depends on the behavior of people itself and their interaction with the family in the daily independent management. So, according to Hill and Pierce, family as a primary care provider can play as a caregiver in disease management. Therefore, they must have adequate capability to assist people with type 2 diabetes manage their disease. However, several studies show that most families do not have adequate skill in self-management. So, next. Okay, diabetes self-management is the behavior of managing diabetes independently. The component of type 2 diabetes self-management including healthy diet and then physical activity and medication adherence, self-monitoring blood glucose, and also food care. So next. The result of several studies shows that most families do not have adequate skill in diabetes self-management. According to the Chai and Hu, only 25% of families are involved in the diabetes management program, and less than 25% have access to diabetes education program. Several research in Indonesia also showed almost the same result. Putri et al. State the 53.3% of family could not carry out the role in treating type 2 diabetes, and also Lutfa state only 33% of family who support people in type 2 diabetes management in a good category. The result of research conducted by researchers also show that the majority of families will become a family caregiver have self-management ability. Only 20% have a self-management skill in a good category. Next, please. Okay. This is the chronology of the problem. According to the family health model from Denham, you can look at the textbook. The family largely determine the patient behavior. It's because managing chronic disease such as type 2 diabetes is carried out continuously and sustainability in the family environment. An effective and synergistic collaboration between patient, families, and health worker is the key to the effective diabetes management. Therefore, it's essential to understand that intervention in chronic disease like diabetes must prioritize the role and function of the family and ensure the daily care can conduct optimally. Next, please. Family-focused intervention can help family prevent harm from illness, mobilize support system, provide education, and also support for family member, reduce social isolation and anxiety and depression to the illness management. Family-focused intervention also can offer the new structure for family with a role adjustment to ensure optimal care for sick family members. Next, please. Okay. One strategy to improve family role, function, and the ability of the disease is empowerment. We know that empowerment will make a family understand the problem, gain new knowledge, independence in caring patient, and enhance a caregiving skill. So, next, please. Okay, next. Okay, there is an Indonesian condition, our beloved country. Geographically is largest archipelagic country in the world, located in Southeast Asia, I think. And next, please. Okay, Indonesia is a country that reach natural potential both in the form of agricultural product, plantation, inland fishing, and marine fishing. So next. Okay, this is a burden disease. Based on the geographical condition, Indonesia is located in a Pacific ring of fire with a combination of a coastal, lowland, and mountainous area that vary with tropical climate. Typical landscape and climate condition can cause endemic disease like malaria, and then dengue, hemorrhagic fever, and others. And also modernization, demographic and epidemiological disease transition make Indonesia experience a burden in managing communicable disease, non-communicable disease, and also injury and mental health disease. Next. So what is the agro-nursing? Agro-nursing is a model concept in nursing services developed jointly by scholars at the Faculty of Nursing, University of Jember. The agro-nursing concept was developed to answer the uniqueness of nursing services provided to clients in the agricultural area. The uniqueness nursing services in agricultural area include intrapersonal factor, and then interpersonal factor, and also extrapersonal factor. This uniqueness will undoubtedly affect the characteristic of disease and client, including all physical, psychological, social, and cultural aspects that differ from other region. In addition, external factor, including geographical condition, climate, and others, will certainly affect the condition of patient and develop of the disease suffered by the client. Next. Next, please. Okay, like another model, the agro-nursing model is also have a paradigm. Next. Okay, I think all of you can read this picture. Okay, I'm sorry, but this is the important, the essential thing for the presentation. Okay, let I explain to you. The agro-nursing conceptual model. This is the agro-nursing conceptual model developed by modifying the tree model concept, namely a human system model, transcultural nursing theory or cultural care theory from Leninger, and also health promotion model from Pender. The following is seen in the full of the image. Sorry, you can share the copy, I think, to the audience. Okay. Send the copy to the audience after this. Okay. In the actual nursing conceptual model, health behavior is the key to the disease management toward complete health. Factors that influence health behavior in general can be categorized into three main factors: intrapersonal, and then interpersonal and extrapersonal. You can see the picture. Sorry. These three factors easily become a stressor for someone who will affect the line of defense. Human are open system, human are open system, so any stressor that exists will affect the life. Humans use three systems for self-defense, dealing with various stressors, namely flexible line defense, normal line defense, and also line of resistance. At this stage, people will perceive stressors such as illness. Does he feel vulnerable and severity of the disease, which then begin to seek and determine a particular action. What are the benefits for me and what the obstacle to do some action, which will them from self-efficacy is taking action. Cause action based on the agricultural nursing care as a form of action carried by nurses through series of effort in the form of health promotion, nursing intervention, and nursing health management carried with transcultural nursing approach. So, when someone already had self-efficacy and cause action from nurses, it's hoped that the patient can determine and appraise the health problem they are experiencing as challenges, not as a stressor. So, promoting healthy living behavior to achieve optimal health status. Next, please. Okay. This is a family caregiver empowerment model in type 2 diabetes mellitus. Type 2 diabetes mellitus for self-management. FGEM is model for empowering family caregiver in the self-management of type 2 diabetes that focus on strengthening the filial values of family caregiver. There are three filial values: responsibility, respect, and care. The strengthening of filial value is carried through antecedent factor, including family caregiver factor, people with type 2 diabetes factor, nurse factor, and care situational factor. It can increase the stage of empowerment, including reducing perception of dominance by head worker, increasing perception of participation, reducing the perception of challenges, and increasing the perception of collaboration, thereby increase the ability of family caregiver in type 2 diabetes self-management, with health impact on improve the health status of people with type 2 diabetes. Next. This is our FGEM conceptual framework. Next. Okay. Sorry. Okay, this is the image of the left side is initial model, and when the image of the right side is the final model. Next. Okay, based on the figure, it can be seen that strengthening filial value can be done through antecedent factor. Strengthening the filial value can reduce the perception of dominance head worker and so on, and then enhance the family caregiver capability to take care to the patient. Next, please. Okay, practically the target material and intervention procedure are different from the previous diabetes intervention. Namely, the intervention target in this FGEM model is family members. It's family members who act as a family caregiver. Number two, the material provided is also different. Most previous studies only offer material on the concept of type 2 diabetes and self-management, but in this model, we add material about managing disease in the family, situational factor, the role of nurses, filial values, and etc. And then the third is the intervention procedure in the study is also different. Most of the previous intervention were in education in the form of lecture without training, or there was training that did not mentoring. But in this model, the empowerment intervention model was carried out in the stage through education, number one, education, number two, training, and number three, mentoring. Next. Okay, let's see. Okay. The nurse carry out FCM intervention activity in 10 session in 10 week. Okay, sorry, 10 session in 10 week. Okay, namely SIG education and training section, SIG session for education and training session, each 120 minutes per session, and 4 mentoring session, 1 home visit for 2 hours, and then 3 session by telephone. Let's say 60 minutes per session. Education and training carry out contextual and adult learning strategy to accommodate the capacity of a family caregiver as adult individual with the experience and need each family caregiver, which is specific and adapted the context of the problem at hand. Mentoring session is carried out by monitoring and evaluation as form of follow-up to the self-management plan. Okay, self-management plan had been prepared together and providing support for access to the resources needed to ensure the quality of type 2 diabetes self-management according to their capability and resources. Okay, next, please. Okay, the result of study was strengthening. This is the following is documentation of implementation of our research activity using FCM intervention. Currently, we are also conducting a second trial of this intervention model, which to examine how the influence of FCM intervention on the diabetes outcome, including body mass index, blood pressure, blood glucose level, and blood cholesterol level, and also the quality of life of type 2 diabetes patient. We hope that this model can be useful to improve the ability of family caregiver in self-management of type 2 diabetes, and it hope that it will have a positive impact on behavior of type 2 diabetes sufferer and their quality of life. Next. Okay, thank you for your attention, and hopefully it will be useful for all of us. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nurse Rondianto, Magister Keperawatan. That's an interesting talk. Okay, so once again, please give big applause for our speaker. All right, so I want to ask. All right. So I want to ask our audience once again, please give your reaction. Did you enjoy the presentation? Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question for the speakers, please use chat feature in the Zoom by using the format determined by the committee. And for the offline audience here, you can just raise your hand and I will appoint you to tell the question directly into the speakers. Okay, so I will please our audience to ask the question. Is there anyone to wanna ask the question? Please raise your hand. All right, over there, the audience who wear navy hijab. Okay, please, the committee, give microphone to her. Please say your name and tell the question and to which speaker.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Novi Romdona from Faculty of Nursing, University of Jember. I have a question for Mr. Rondi. Sorry. From the several forms of family support that have been described, which form is the most effective for the management of diabetes mellitus type 2, especially for the agro-nursing area, and how to handle it if there are any obstacles in this form? Thank you.
All right, so Dr. Rondi, did you get the question clearly? Okay, you can answer the question. The time is yours.
So I answer now. Not other answer question again. Okay. Mumpung semangat ya. Okay, thank you. Siapa namanya? Mention your name, please. Novi, yeah. Thank you, Novi, for your question. A nice question, I think. So, in the chronic disease, we have many problems. You know, the problem is not on the patient in the side, but on the other side, the problem is the family. You know, because chronic disease is the long-term treatment, so that most of the resources of the family we need most than acute disease. So according to your question, what the type of family support? Yeah, okay, family support. We know that we have 4 types for family support. The first one is informational, and then okay, assessment, and then emotional, and then instrumental. Okay, so for the 4 type family support, I think most of our respondents have a problem in the, because my respondent from low social economic, so they have problem to the instrumental support. So that must provide a device for self-monitoring blood glucose and etc. You know, but sometimes a respondent, family caregiver have a problem with the informational support, because most of them says they are get information from informal like television and others, and the contact, you know, contact with the health worker is only the patient, not family. So info family on the program, it's important to make family understand what the function. You know, according to Friedman, we have 5 tasks. The first one is identify the problem, okay, make decision to solve the problem, and then take care our illness family members, and then modify and also assess to the healthcare facilities. So I think it's different, depend on the patient, but most of the respondent says the difficult thing is instrumental support. I think like that. Thank you.
Well, the question from Novi already answered, so Novi, is the answer given by Dr. Rondi is already enough? Okay, thank you. So I move to our other audience. Is there audience who wanna give question? Yes, student over there wearing chocolate hijab.
Okay, thank you to the amazing presenters, Dr. Nurse Rondianto. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sinta Nurwantika. Doctor, I want to ask about How are tips and tricks from you, Mr., for us in dealing with families of diabetes mellitus patients with low support, such as a lack of support from family members, not caring about the health of their family members? What tips can we do to deal with this? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Sinta. So, doctor, did you get the question clearly?
Okay, directly. Thank you, Sinta, for your nice question. So sometimes we meet the patient with lack support from the family. Okay, not only because they don't have a partner, okay, but also sometimes a patient with the partner, they have partner, they perceive the lack of family support like that. So what are the tips to dealing with the problem? The first one, in the model, in the conceptual model, okay, we are focusing on the filial values. Okay, so the intervention is focusing on the filial values. So antecedent factor, it's not only antecedent, it's mean the external factor that impact to the model. So not only personal factor from the family caregiver, it also nurse factor, and also people with type 2 factor, and also situational factor. So we must correctly to understand what the main factor that affect to the filial values. So when we found the dominant factor, we can entrance to the and dealing the problem, and then we increase the filial values like responsibility, okay, enhance the responsibility, respect, and caring to the patient. According our research, when we straighten the filial values, it can impact on the empowerment stage. Empowerment stage is including the dominance, reducing the dominance of a head worker, so, and then dealing the problem like challenges, and then enhance the participation, so they can accept the more capability like that. So I think like that. Any feedback from you?
Okay, so is this enough from Sinta? Okay, thank you. So is there anyone else that wanna give question to Dr. Randi? Okay, the student that wearing gray hijab, please the committee give microphone to her.
Cek. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fariha Melati Firdaus. I'm from Faculty of Nursing University of Jember. I have question for Dr. Rondi. Diabetes mellitus is global health problem and is the 7th leading cause of death worldwide. Self-management has become a central concept for diabetic who are in families. As a candidate for health worker, how to carry out effective monitoring to determine the effectiveness of the family approach intervention to DM patient. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the question. So, Dr. Randi, did you get the question clearly?
Okay, thank you for your next question. So, like I stated before, in the family caregiver empowerment model intervention, we have 10 sessions in 10 weeks. Okay. So, in the 6 session earlier, okay, we conduct education and training. So it's mean to enhance, to gaining the new knowledge and new skill, not a skill just to take care directly, but a managerial skill. Okay, in the sixth session. Okay, after that, to ensure the intervention is effective, we continue to the mentoring session. Mentoring session, it means we stand here close to the patient, like that. Okay, so in the mentoring session, first session, we going to the patient home, okay, to monitor, to evaluate what the problem, okay. So from this discussion around 2 hours, okay, from discussion around 2 hours, and then we have, so this is your problem, it's not your problem, like that, okay. We deal with the problem, okay. But not only that, after we going home, okay, the next week we are doing the mentoring session again, but via call, via telephone, okay, 3 times to ensure again, to monitoring again, to evaluate again. There is problem with you, there is problem with the diabetes self-management, like that. So from this intervention, I think we can ensure that the intervention is effective to the patient, like that. Thank you, sir, so much.
All right, the question is already answered. So did you get the answer clearly and enough to you? Okay. All right, so because of the limited of time, I cannot read all the question and point of all of your question. So thank you for enthusiasm. And before you go, please, doctor, don't go anywhere.
Okay.
Please stay with us because we will give you a vandal as memorable gift of this heaven by our chairman of the second International Student Conference. So, Ananto Adi Prasetyo, please come to the stage. Please, the committee will take the commentation. Once again, please give big applause for Dr. Nasrondianto, Magister Keperawatan from Critical Care and Medical Surgical Nursing, Universitas Jember, Indonesia. You can go. I will place you.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you so much. Our position.
So, Dr. Rondi, you can back to your place. Thank you for joining with us in the second International Student Conference.
Okay, thank you for the committee and all of the audience. I hope fully that our presentation is give benefit to all of you. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, so I want to ask our audience again, how was the presentation and question and answer session by the Dr. Rondi? Okay, did you enjoy the presentation and question and answer session? All right, so Don't go anywhere yet. We still have an amazing speaker from Thailand. Okay, so before the presentation begin, allow me to introduce our next speaker. Our fourth speaker is Dr. Samarapop Banharak RN PhD from Gerontological Nursing, Khon Kaen University, Thailand. First, let me read our speaker's curriculum vitae. Dr. Samarapop Banharak RN PhD is a lecturer at Faculty of Nursing, Khon Kaen University, Thailand, and also an assistant dean for international affairs. Dr. Sam has already finished his bachelor degree of Bachelor of Nursing Science and got Silver Medal of Honor at Faculty of Nursing, Khon Kaen University, Khon Kaen, Thailand. Direct entry of Master of Nursing Science Gerontological Nursing at Khon Kaen University, Khon Kaen, Thailand, and doctor degree of PhD Nursing and got Gold Medal of Honor at School of Nursing St. Louis University, Missouri, United States of America. His publication of international journals are first, public knowledge about risk factors, symptoms, and first decision making in response to symptoms of heart attack among lay people, published by Pacific Rim International Journal. Second is the effects of delaying treatment among acute myocardial infarction patients, a systematic review, published by Journal of Nursing Science and Health. Third is effects of participatory learning teaching in Gerontological Nursing Practicum course on attitudes towards older people among nursing students, published by Journal of Nursing Science and Health. And for the last is nursing intervention to promote sleep among hospitalized older person, a systematic review published by BCNS Proceeding. All right, without further ado, I would like to welcome our speaker. He will deliver a presentation entitled Improving Quality of Nursing Interventions in Managing Non-Communicable Diseases. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Samarapop Banharak RN PhD from Gerontological Nursing, Khon Kaen University, Thailand. Please give big applause for our speaker.
Thank you so much for wonderful introductions. Good morning from Thailand. I'm so sorry a little bit about, for now I am in at the airport, Suvarnabhumi airport. So just during the transit flight from another international conference to my hometown. So that's why my background is about the airport. Okay, first of all, I would like to share my slide. Okay, do you see my slide clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, for my topic, it is about improving quality of nursing interventions in managing non-communicable disease using evidence-based practice. So for this section, it's about 20 minutes. For this section, my guideline for my presentation is about the definition of clinical practice guideline, evidence-based nursing practice. The second one is about how to get an evidence for nursing practice. And the third one is about an example about how to apply evidence-based for non-communicable disease caring. Okay, first of all, I would like to give you a definition of evidence-based practice to clearly understand what we would like to apply for our nursing professions to taking care of people who have non-communicable disease. And evidence-based practice is any practice that rely on rely on the scientific evidence for guidance and decision making. This is something that we provide for taking care of the patients based on the evidence, based on the research, based on the RCT, or based on the systematic review. Okay, so that's why we need evidence based for us for the nursing professions and also healthcare provider to taking care of people who have illness or disease.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Dr. Sam. Can you share screen your presentation, please?
Okay, you
I
see
mean,
my screen, right?
slideshow.
Okay,
Yeah.
But I already shared my screen. Let me check it. Did you see the screen?
Yes, but it's not. Yeah. Okay, we
Okay,
can see
right.
it clearly now. Okay, thank you.
Okay. About the definitions, before I go through my presentation, I would like to give you a definition of evidence-based practice. It is very important for the nursing and healthcare professional to give caring or treatment for the patients rely on the scientific knowledge or the evidence. For example, we get the evidence from the systematic review or meta-analysis to do something for the patients, to give nursing care for the patients. And the evidence-based practice is any practice that rely on scientific evidence for guidance and decision-making to give some intervention to the patients. How to get an evidence? First one is about assessment of explore the phenomena. If we have a problem or the patient problem, we need to ask of questions to set the questions to find out an evidence to take care of the patients, and then we have to make it easy to understand what is the questions, what problem we need to explore, and then we can we can find out the evidence based on the research, based on the systematic review, and based on meta-analysis to find out some intervention to fit with our problems. And then we appraise the quality of the evidence we get from the research, and then we can apply that evidence for our populations, our target populations. For example, hypertension patients and also heart patients, something like that. So, and the last one is after we apply that intervention for the patients, we can check it. Is it improved or not improved? And we can start another cycle again based on the evidence we found. For my presentation, I have some example related to this situation. I can give you some example to have a concrete idea. You can apply some for your practice. Okay, this is the way that we get evidence for our intervention to taking care of the patients. So how to get the evidence? I said the evidence is from the research, usually from the RCT or the systematic review or meta-analysis. And the evidence is in the top of the pyramids of the hierarchical pyramids of research design. The evidence is from maybe the first level is about the opinion of the expert, and the second one is about the descriptive study, the COSA experimental study, the randomized control trial, the true experimental study, and another one is about meta-analysis and systematic review. And evidence is come from the systematic review and meta-analysis, meaning this is come from not only single study but also in the synthesis of so many studies, the result from so many studies to confirm that that intervention or that program or intervention fit or effective enough to take care of that group of people, specific group of people. That's why we need evidence-based practice to taking care of our patients, because we would like to get the best one, the best intervention that fit or suit for that target populations. And the clinical practice guideline or the evidence-based is the top of the pyramid. We can make sure that this one is the best one that we can apply for the patient. Okay, this is the way that evidence-based, the way that we get evidence-based. This is the way, the process of the systematic review and meta-analysis. If you want to find out some intervention that fit with your target population, you have to search on the, you have to review on the that the exist research study, you have to search on the database to include about the study that fit with your phenomena or your target intervention, and then you can screen and select only the study that fit with your research questions. So you can see like so different shape of the some is the circle, the triangle, the square, and then a different color that you can just like screen and you can find out only what fit for your phenomena or what fit for your problems, and then you can get amount the portion of the study, and then you synthesize the knowledge from that study to get some the best effectiveness interventions for your target populations. I have some example related to this topic, and you can get some concrete idea after this. Just want to show you about this. This is the way we get evidence. This is the way we get some the most effective interventions to taking care of our populations. Next is about why do we need evidence-based taking care of the patients? Why? What is the reasons? The most important reason is about the patient safety. Because when we want to taking care of the patient, we want to make sure that intervention or program that we give for the patient is the best one and is safe for the patients. Okay. The second one is we would like to get the best outcome. We would like to get the best outcome for the patients, for our target populations, and we would like to improve the quality of care, right? Because we research and we find out the best evidence to support or to take care of the patients. So this is that intervention or program can improve the quality of care for nursing profession and other healthcare profession. And the last one, to increase confidence of healthcare provider. Okay, if you have to give something to the patient, it can increase your confidence that this one is safe and this one is the best one, the good one that fit for your target population. For example, for now, if I can give some example, it's related to the COVID-19 situation for now. So you have so many patients that which vaccine is good for you or for older adult, for your child, for your family member. Which one is the best one? These are the patients, and you need to find out. You need to find out which vaccine give the best effectiveness for your family or for your population. So if you have some research, if you search for some research, you get some study that report the result that provide the best effectiveness of the vaccine or the best effectiveness of the intervention. So you can give some information to your family members or your target population so they can make decision to get the vaccine, to get or not get the vaccine, and what type of the vaccine they need. Okay, because they want to make sure that if they get that vaccine, it's good for them and no side effect from the vaccine. So that's why the evidence-based is the best way to for nursing profession or other healthcare profession to give some intervention, some health educations or some program, some drug or treatment for the patients. It can increase your confidence to give some advice for the patients or to give some intervention to the patients. Okay, so for the conclusion, what is the reasons to provide the evidence-based for the patients, including patient safety, best outcome, quality of care, and increased confidence of healthcare provider to give some intervention, especially for new intervention, no new program, no new vaccine for the patients, to keep to elevate confidence for the healthcare professions. Okay. Like I give you some example about COVID-19. You see at the table, you may find out month by month, we found that there are high mortality rate in this group of people for last year. So we have some high rate of infection and also high rate of mortality after they get infected. They were infected by COVID-19. So this is very serious situation that we have to concern about the COVID-19 infections and the target population, especially for older adults and the people who have non-communicable disease such as hypertension, diabetic mellitus, something like that. So this is the beginning of the problem. This is the cause of the problem. This is the reasons why we need evidence-based to taking care of the patient who have non-communicable disease. If we have information like this, if you get infection, you may have some complications, you may experience complications, and it may cause high mortality rates for this group of people. And then what about nurse? How to provide some information, how to promote the people who risk for infected by COVID-19 to get some vaccine? How? This is the reason. Okay, we can show the evidence. We can show the evidence-based. We can show the result from the study that to give them that if you did not get vaccine, if you get infected by COVID-19, you might, 3 times pass away if the patient, if older adult get infected by COVID-19. So they may have a chance to die about 6 times compared to other group of people, especially for people who have non-communicable disease. For example, hypertension. If you get infected by COVID-19, you may have a chance to die about 3 times compared to other people who did not have this disease. And also for cardiovascular disease, 6 times compared to other people who do not have heart disease. Respiratory disease, 5 times. And cerebrovascular disease is about 4 times. You can see the number. And this number can encourage the people, the patient who have communicable disease, to aware about, okay, I am risk to get infected by COVID-19 and I am risk to die if I get infected by COVID-19. This is the evidence that we can give for the patient to elevate their awareness about the situation, and they need to get vaccine. And after they are aware about vaccinations, after they are aware and they want to get vaccine, how can we provide the best evidence, the best information to take for them to make decision which one they would like to get. You can see the slide about this. You can see this one. This is the information about vaccine for the non-communicable disease patients. If they get vaccine, they can elevate their immunizations, and then they can prevent from get infected by COVID-19. You can see the 2 types of vaccine. I did not talk about the trade name of the vaccine, but this paper did not point out which vaccine. They just talk about they avoid to advertise about the vaccine, but the 2 types of the vaccine refer to AstraZeneca and Pfizer. Okay, but on the paper they don't talk about AstraZeneca and Pfizer, but the name of the alpha variant, you can see this one. You can see this one. The 2 things is about AstraZeneca and Pfizer. Okay, if you want to give or if you want to encourage the patient who have chronic disease to get vaccine to prevent COVID-19 infections and also to decrease about the mortality rate. So you can give them this information, this evidence that, okay, if you get the 2 vaccine, you can prevent COVID-19. You can see the two type of the vaccine. The first one is about AstraZeneca and the second one is about Pfizer. Okay, if you give this one, you can see these columns. Okay, it seems like the two type of the vaccine is comparable, is equal. The effectiveness is about equal. Okay, you can pick which one you can pick. You can pick both. Which one you prefer? If in case of the effectiveness, you can look at the table. But if you, because the effectiveness is quite equal, it's not different, because you can look at this one, 0.076, 0.042. Like this is quite the same, 0.011 and 0.026, like this. So if the patient concerned about the effectiveness of the vaccine, you can give this information for the patients. Then they can make decision based on these informations, which one they want to get, AstraZeneca or Pfizer. And another one is about immunizations after the vaccine. You can see the blue one is about AstraZeneca, and the purple is about Pfizer. If you look at this one, the first time that they get infection, the first time they get vaccinations, the immunization is not different. But for the second shot of the vaccine, you can see like AstraZeneca is superior than Pfizer. This information, if you want to encourage the non-communicable disease patients to get some vaccination about COVID-19, you can give this information so they can make decision. Okay, if you focus on the level of immunization or immunology, so you may pick AstraZeneca instead of Pfizer, something like that. This is the example of evidence-based practice. When the nurse, the physicians or other healthcare professions, they would like to taking care of the patients, and this evidence confirm that this is good. This is good. This is this information for now that you can get for your decision making to take vaccinations. Okay, this is just an example about how to taking care of the patient who have non-communicable disease in case of, for now, COVID-19 pandemics. Okay, just want to show you about the example of the evidence that we can apply in all health professions. Okay, for this graph from WHO organization, you can see about the incidence rate of the patient who have chronic disease or non-communicable disease, especially for hypertension, heart disease, and diabetic mellitus. You can see that the main cause or the major risk factor to have this chronic disease is about 30% related reduce in mean population's intake of salt and sodium. It means like the main factor to cause for non-communicable disease is about salt consumption. And if they want to control about their blood pressure, they want to control about their health conditions for this group of people, they can control about sodium intake. So this is the evidence from the WHO organization to suggest that if you would like to control their health conditions, especially for hypertension, you have to control about sodium or salt taking. Okay. Another one is about the evidence based about diet to promote for health promotion and also control the chronic disease or non-communicable disease. So you can see that diet and physical activity that can apply. This is the evidence that we can apply, or we can suggest the patient to command or a suggestion, and then they can maintain their health function. They can maintain their blood pressure. So the detail include reduced salt intake, replace trans fat with a polyunsaturated fat, implement public awareness programs on diet and physical activity, and promote and protect breastfeeding, something like that. And for cardiovascular disease, how to give information or how to give suggestions for this group of people, we can talk about the adherence, talk about the kind of intervention that we can take care of the people. For example, if they cannot control their health condition, they may need to take aspirin. The physician may prescribe about the aspirin for this group of people to prevent some, to control their health function, and also to prevent from the side effect, the complications from that disease.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Dr. Sam. Your time is 5 minutes left already.
Okay.
Thank you.
So for this table, you can see about the factor that related to the non-communicable disease, for example, cancer, diabetic mellitus, coronary heart disease, and also stroke. And you look at this table when you want to give, when the nurse want to give health education for the patients. This is the evidence that you can support your idea, like you can convince them to perform health behavior. For example, don't eat red meat, because if you look at the table, you can see red meat is the cause of every disease, every chronic disease, for example, cancer, type 2 diabetic mellitus, coronary artery disease, and stroke. You can see this one. Okay, the red meat. So this is not good for health. So for this information, you can give for the patients, and the patients can just command your suggestion, and they can maintain their health function. This is an evidence for health promotion. Another one is about dietary for healthy people and also to control their chronic conditions. They report that the Mediterranean diet is very good to control about chronic disease, and the patient can apply this knowledge and to change their health behavior and to maintain their chronic conditions. So this is an example of Mediterranean diet. You can see that on the slide. Another one is we have so many questions about do I need to eat some food that contain about oils? So for this one, they have some research about systematic review and meta-analysis. They confirm that oils they have good and bad things on oils, but if you want to get a positive things or the good result, you have to know about the nature of the oil. If you want to eat this oil safely, you have to pay attention on this slide. For the oil, we have coconut oils, butter, extra virgin olive, corn, and sunflower oils. Both, not both. 5 of them is good and bad. If you use in the right way, it is good for you. Okay. If you look at the graph, you can see like for the corn and sunflower, you should use this kind of oil for your deep fryer. You can see because that for oil, it can turn to be toxic if you burn for a long time. If you want to cook for deep fry, or make, for example, chicken fry, so you can use corn and sunflower. But if you want to just like not too long, you want to make a fried rice, you can use coconut or butter oil, because this one is not turned to be toxic. If you look at the graph, you at the meta-analysis, you can can confirm this. You can get this information to give for your patient or to give for your target populations, to educate them that if you want to use that kind of oil, so they can apply this one, but different menu. I mean, for deep fry you can use corn and sunflower, but for just fried rice you can use coconut oil, something like that. Okay. For this one, we talk about exercise. I have the slide for exercise for 3 slides. Head to the last one. This one. Exercise. The patients who have heart disease ask you questions that which kind of the exercise I should perform to control to maintain my health functions. So based on the meta-analysis for this slide, you can see the patient should just like the mild, moderate exercise, not too heavy, right? You can see this one, mild or moderate. If the patient, the heart disease patient, they want to have like to try a marathon, to join long distance running, so it is not good for them. If you look at the graph, you can see it's for mild, it's good for them. But if for heavy or moderate, upper than moderate, severe, exercise a lot, you can see the death rate, right? Elevate of death rate, or it can cause high mortality rates of this group of people. So for this information, you can suggest your target population to perform exercise just for mild to moderate, no more than moderate. If the patients perform exercise higher than moderate, so they may die, they may pass away, because the meta-analysis and systematic review, they confirm that long distance running, joining the marathons many times, so it can cause some death for the patients. Okay. This is an evidence for the cardiovascular disease patient. You can see this one. We know about this one: A airway, B breathing, and C circulation. Which one we would start first when we found some problem who did not have conscious, they experience heart attack and they almost pass away? How to perform the CPR for the patients, for this kind of patients? For in 2010, we have to start at A, B, and C. Start at A, airway, right? B, breathing, and C, circulations. But for now, from 2015 and 2020, we found that we cannot, because if you do A, B, and C, it can cause high mortality rate for the patients. The patient cannot survive. They have to pass away at that time if you perform A, B, and C. For now, we have to start at C, A, and B you have to start at circulation first. You have to perform CPR first before you try help them to breathe or something like that. Because although they have low oxygen in their but circulations, but if you perform the circulations, they still have oxygen, although it's not too much, but it's good. But if you try to help for breathing, but the circulation is not good, so no, you put oxygen for 100%, but the patient did not get anything because the circulation is failed. So that's why for now, 2020, you have to perform C, circulation, A, airway, and B, breathing. Okay? But if you have to perform CPR alone, focus only on circulation is the best way. This is the evidence based on the American Heart Associations for now. Okay? The CPR for now we have 5 steps like this. Okay. This one is the evidence base for suction. So many patients who have communicable disease, when they admit to the hospital, when we perform suctions, in the past we have to put normal saline before we suction because we believe that normal saline and sputum, they can mix together and it can help for easy suction. But in the real situation, in the laboratory room, we test that normal saline and sputum is not mixed together, it's separate from each other. So the normal saline cannot help suction easily or easier. In contrast, putting or dropping normal saline into the airway for suction cause VAP, ventricular VAP. I cannot remember the full name. This VAP, no? I think you know about VAP. Ventilator associated pneumonia. Yes. Okay, this is the evidence that we can perform for suction, for the best suction. So you have to provide appropriate site of suction tube. You have to perform suction when they have sputum, they have airway obstruction. Not perform every time, not perform every 2 hours, something like that. No, we perform when the patient have sputum or they have airway obstruction. But if no, you do not need to perform suction. This is the evidence from systematic review and meta-analysis. Okay, and the last one, I can do some suggestion for hypertension. This is an example how to apply evidence base to taking care of non-communicable disease, especially for the patient who have hypertension. Okay, this is the evidence to diagnose for the hypertension if the blood pressure higher than 120 and 90 for this systematic review, systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure. This kind of patient is diagnosed as primary hypertension. So they need to change their health behavior. They need to change their exercise activity, their routine. So they have to maintain their blood pressure. If their blood pressure higher than that one, they may be need to get some medicine, something like that. And this is intervention based on the systematic review and meta-analysis that we can give this to suggest or to give advice for the target population, the hypertension patients, to command our suggestion and maintain their blood pressure. I provide summarized evidence, and if your target population is hypertension patients, you have this information to taking care of them. You can see this on my slide. All factor related adherence, barrier one, and the positive one. So we can promote about the positive factor and decrease about the inhibiting factors about hypertension patient to control their health conditions. Others also, this is the evidence or the guideline to take care of hypertension patients based on the meta-analysis. And this also is the suggestions for the target group of populations. If you have time, you can study on my slide and you can get some advice taking care of this type of people. I think for the last one is about this one. This is the evidence that how to help the patient who have non-communicable disease to control their health conditions. This is the multidisciplinary approach for nurse at the hospital, nurse in community, and also nursing profession in faculty of nursing, something like in the university, to join each other to taking care of this group of people, and they divide their responsibility for each group of healthcare professional to perform their duty or responsibility to taking care of this group of people. For example, the professional nurse, they can study, conduct the research, and provide some evidence for the nursing in the hospital to the nursing profession to provide evidence, and the nurse, the registered nurse in the hospital, can get that evidence to advise the patient or to taking care of the patients, and we can find the best outcome for this group of people. This is the collaboration between a nurse in the hospital, nurse in community, and professional nursing in the institutes. For example, assistant professor or professor, they can conduct the research to provide some knowledge, to provide the evidence, and the registered nurse who in the front row, who stay in the front row, can get that evidence, taking care of the people to promote their quality of life and control their health conditions.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Dr. Sam. Your time's up already.
Yeah, it is done for my presentation.
Okay,
we
thank
have
you.
time for questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sam, for your insightful presentation. Please give big applause, audience. Again, I say thank you to Dr. Sam for taking the time to come in our second International Student Conference, even you're having busy schedule. Okay, so I wanna ask our audience again, did you enjoy the presentation from Dr. Sam? Very well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to question and answer session. There will be 2 questions for our speaker. If you have any question for the speaker, please use chat feature in the Zoom by using the format determined by the committee. And again, for audience who attending on site here, you can just raise your hand and I will appoint you and tell the question directly to the speaker. Okay, is there anyone to want to ask question? Okay, please the student with navy hijab in the second row. Please the committee give microphone to her.
Hello. Thanks for the golden opportunity and for the great presentation from Mr. Dr. Samorabho Banharak. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Naila Khairunaili from Faculty of Nursing, University of Jember. Here's the question. Is progress in evidence-based health service are able to guarantee the development in public health from non-communicable disease whose risk factors are more affected by lifestyle? Whereas the traditional society, there are many health practices that are only based on traditions or recipes of hereditary health, which in reality is able to take care of the health of their people. Maybe like a certain culture that regulate their lifestyle, like eating culture of the Japanese. People eat large amount of grains and very little meat. The Japanese also have a very low rate of cancer and heart disease. In fact, the Japanese live longer than almost anyone else in the world. Maybe that's all my question.
All right, thank you, Naila, for the question. So, Dr. Sam, did you get the question clearly? I'm sorry, Dr. Sam, your microphone is still off.
Okay, can you repeat a little bit? I get some idea, but want to make sure I understand the questions.
So, Naila, can you repeat your question, please?
Okay, Mr. I'll repeat my question. Is progress in evidence-based health service are able to guarantee the development in public health from non-communicable diseases whose risk factors are more affected by lifestyle?
Okay. For now, it's about the evidence, the best factor, the best intervention, right? The best intervention. So it's include. So based on the study, for now, the supportive from the family member is the most effectiveness to promote intervention to control about the chronic disease for the patients. If they get support because the family member they live together, if you perform whatever intervention, for example, sodium taking medication and or whatever kind of intervention, the family member is the most effectiveness person to monitor, to encourage them, to support them, or provide them to perform the health behavior. So that's why, I mean, so many interventions, but the most significant factor is about their family support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sam. So, Naila, is the answer given by Dr. Sam is already enough to you?
Yes, maybe enough. Thanks, Dr. Sam.
Okay, so is there anyone else that want to give a question? Yes? A boy right there with black shirt.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm Farzka Zulfa from University of Jember. Permission to ask to Dr. Sam from Thailand. Sorry, Dr. Sam. Yes. My question is, according to the reference, I've read countries in Europe such as America have a higher prevalence of non-communicable disease such as hypertension and heart disease. The country in Asia such as Japan, this is because of their lifestyle that eat more meat than fruit and vegetable. As we know, Europe such as America has very advanced technological and research development. But why is the number of non-communicable diseases such as hypertension and cancer also high in this country? Kapung Kap.
Thank you for your wonderful questions. I hear your questions clearly for this time. Okay, what is the reasons why although they have like medications, they have some research, but why they still have high rate of chronic disease or communicable disease? I think the best, because communicable disease is from the health behavior, the behavior. The behavior is the major factor that related to chronic disease, and health behavior related to individual or personal behavior. So although they have knowledge, but if they did not concern, the context did not support them to perform health behavior. So this can cause some chronic disease. For example, in the USA, they know about eating vegetable is good for their health, but they cannot do that because like in their context, so many things is made from like bread or what kind of food they eat is about carbohydrate or fat. So that's why, although they're concerned, they cannot maintain their health function. And another part is about some, they did not concern about their health problem. You can see the young American guy or girl, they have very, very good shape, but when they get older, so they have, their shape is changed because their health behavior, their lifestyle and their context did not support them. When I studied in the US, so many people, so many American people, they interested in Asian food, Asian lifestyle because they would like to stay young like Asian people. They come to Thai restaurant, they come to Vietnamese restaurant because they want to eat more vegetable. So this is, I think this is the factor that why they cannot control the incidence rate of hypertension or chronic disease because the context and their lifestyle. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sam, for the answer. So, Fatisco, is the answer given by Dr. Sam is enough to you?
Yes, enough to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, because of the limited time, I cannot read all of your questions. So, thank you for your enthusiasm. And finally, we come to the end of second plenary. We would like to say thanks again for all the speakers for their informative and interesting talk. And thanks to audience also for your enthusiasm. Hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for your attention. Have a nice day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give the time back to Master of Ceremony.
The second session of the second International Student Conference is finished.
The next agenda is break and pray for 60 minutes. Please all participants return to the Zoom conference room at 1 p.m. We will displaying compilation poster created by student of Faculty of Nursing Universitas Jember and oral presentation video of call for paper.
Please have a look on the screen and to the committee in charge. You can handle this session. Thank you and enjoy the break time.
Diumumkan bahwasanya untuk sholat
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Disilakan kepada seluruh peserta untuk dapat sholat di Masjid Universitas Jember dan kembali lagi di ruangan ini pada pukul 1. Terima kasih. Disilakan kepada seluruh peserta untuk dapat mengambil konsumsi di sebelah pintu keluar. Terima kasih.
Recording in progress. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Previously, we would like to thank the committee as well as the judge who have given us the opportunity to present the results of our article. We are from the Lumajang team, and I am Ms. Kayatul Amalia, as the second author of this article that we will present today with my colleague, Hamidah Sulistiawati, as the first author. With the title of the article is Implementation of Nursing Problems with Impaired Skin and Beauty Impressions from the STKI-NCT Evidence-Based Practice. Why we take this title is diabetes mellitus is the disease that is ranked in the top 10 with the largest financing. WHO states diabetes mellitus type 2 is the most common and has increased drastically in low-income countries and is one of the global health threats. In Indonesia, the prevalence of diabetes increased from 5.7% in 2007 to 6.9% or around 9 million people in 2013.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cek.
Selamat makan
semuanya.
Cek 1, cek. Dear jury and audience, we are proud to present our work entitled Potential for Rehabilitation Management with Theory of Learned Behavior Approach to Telehealth in-Home Treatment with Diabetes. Our theory is diabetes is a chronic disease in which the pancreas is no longer able to make insulin or where the body can't properly use the insulin it produces. Diabetes mellitus is a global problem that continues to increase from year to year both into the world and in our country, Indonesia. The global DS prevalence in 2019 is 9.2% and it is expected to jump to 10.2%
Selamat makan.
Rehabilitation management diabetes based on
Semoga menghibur.
Home treatment-based rehabilitation for people with diabetes mellitus can optimize metabolic control, quality of life, and prevent acute and chronic complications. Patients who have good nutritional management will increase chance of success in the management of diabetes mellitus. The principle of diabetes mellitus diet is a right amount, schedule, and type. In addition, encouraging patients to do cycle.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Before I presentation, let me introduce.
Cek.
diumumkan kepada seluruh peserta yang belum mendapatkan konsumsi untuk dapat mengambil konsumsi di pintu sebelah kanan. Terima kasih.
Thanks. Next.
Increase in the body of pregnant women, such as Taylor, where drastic increase in the frequency of donation, so that causes are decreased, fluid and guns, and have more concentration, so that it can block fluid. Discussion based on study and people understanding gender randomized for increasing delta and quantity in pregnant during can give by studies here at all 2018, which is divided into namely the ginger growth, glycine, and vitamin K6.
Nanti itu milintrim.
Oke, selamat istirahat, selamat menikmati hidangan yang disediakan oleh panitia, selamat menikmati persembahan dari kami sebagai Nutrix Art. Iya. Oke, buat teman-teman yang ada di dalam ruangan ini mungkin ada yang mau request, mau lagu bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, bahasa Jawa, bisa semua. Mungkin ada yang mau request, bisa angkat tangannya.
Yang mau nyanyi juga boleh ya.
Bisa banget. Langsung aja guys, maju aja. Atau mungkin bisa dari atas, dari angkat tangan
Atau
aja.
panitianya mau nyanyi sini.
Panitia mau request juga nggak apa-apa.
Atau mas-masnya, yuk monggo mas nyanyi.
Mungkin ada yang mau request pecah 1000, ya nggak apa-apa. Oke.
Nggak apa-apa.
Seperti kisah yang pernah ada, Allah bidadari hati kita bersama, buat cerita cinta antara kita.
Aku percaya dan lupakan lara. Tak tahu bagaimana aku tanpa dirimu. Tak pernah terbayangkan sepi merindu. Ku mohon padamu, tetaplah kau di sampingku. Hilangkan ragu, semua yang kan mengganggu. Ku cinta padamu, kasihku. Kita bersama, dua cerita cinta antara kita. Ku pernah terluka, kadang tak berdaya. Kau selalu ada, buatku tertawa. Lupakan lara. Tak tahu bagaimana aku tanpa dirimu. Tak pernah terbayangkan sepi merindu. Ku mohon padamu, tetaplah kau di sampingku. Hilangkan ragu, semua yang kan mengganggu. Ku cinta padamu, kasihku, yang jadi saksinya. Waduh, waduh, waduh.
The large scar because a hospital is an institution that offers comprehensive health service. The implementation of the integrated system or ICT is one of the hospital management systems that have been enabled to improve the quality and efficiency of hospital services. Because ICT is can provide high standard of care for patients and cost efficiency in hospital. Institution to successful development and implementation of NICT in a complex clinical setting requires management and support at multiple levels, including leader and the health team, as well as the lecture hospital.
Hello, we are from Diploma 3 Faculty of Nursing Jember University Lumajang Campus. I'm Esma Kasari, the first author to explain the result of the research we had. The title is Implementation of SDKI-NCT COPD patient with nurse problem and ineffective airway 2022. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease or COPD is a non-communicable disease with 3.20 Mailani and Ramadini 2019 established. By big movements, we posit this cause airway obstruction to be in.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, we would like to thank the committee and the judges we have given us opportunity to present the result. The second author by Tito, acute nursing problem in hypertension patient based of SDKI and SDKI case study. A background, hypertension is the most common in many countries, including Indonesia. One of the symptoms of hypertension should vary. Often complain about this pain. Data from the Java Provision Health Office in 2006.
Okay, discussion. Major data is from the gas data above, the major, minor, and intervention table. We can cross test data that often happen from the tree, namely from the major data that often occurs in complaining of pain with a
keputusan yang telah kau buat, yang harus kau tahu. Menanti kau kembali, jujur ku tak ingin kau pergi, tinggalkan semua usai di sini. Tak tertahan air mata ini, mengingat semua yang telah terjadi. Ku tahu kau sama seperti aku, tak ingin cinta usai di sini, tapi mungkin inilah jalannya, harus berpisah. Terluka menangis, tapi ku terima semua keputusan yang telah kau buat. Satu yang harus kau tahu, ku menanti kau kembali. akan bertemu lagi seperti yang kau ucapkan sebelum kau tinggalkan aku. Hehehe.
Lagu lain.
Begitu sempurna di mataku kau.
Anita, celengan rindu ta?
Siapa yang mau nyanyi? Ayo yang mau nyanyi kesini. Ini jamming-jamming aja. Aku kesal dengan cara yang sering memisahkan kita, hingga aku hanya bisa berbincang denganmu di WhatsApp. Kesal dengan waktu yang tak pernah berhenti bergerak. Barang sejenak agar ku bisa menikmati tawamu. Ku berdiri di sebelahmu hingga merajak jarimu, dengarkan lagu Sheila on Seven seperti waktu itu. Kami bisa lagunya kau di sisiku dan tunggulah aku di sana menjaga celengan rinduku, berboncengan denganmu, mengelilingi kota, menikmati surya perlahan menghilang. Dan sampai jamnya waktu menarik paksa kau dari pelukku, lalu kita kembali menabur rasa rindu, saling mengirim doa sampai nanti sayangku. Jangan matikan HP-mu, kau tahu aku benci khawatir saat kau tak mengabari. Aku tak suka bertanya-tanya, ku bakal dia yang sering senang denganmu di Twitter. Kau selalu meyakinkanku untuk percaya, bukan rasa curigaan. Itulah aku di sana menjaga celengan rinduku, berboncengan denganmu, mengelilingi kota, menikmati surya perlahan menghilang, hingga jamnya waktu menarik paksa kau dari pelukanku, lalu kita kembali menabur rasa rindu, saling mengirim doa sampai nanti sayangku. Turutu, tururutu, dan tunggulah aku di sana memecahkan celengan rinduku, berboncengan denganmu, mengelilingi kota, menikmati surya perlahan menghilang. Rasa dari pelukanku, lalu kita kembali menabur rasa rindu, saling mengirim doa sampai nanti sayangku. Hingga kita bertemu Itu yang tepuk tangan lagi rindu ya. Rindu siapa?
As well as
Request apa? Tadi ada yang bilang request.
publications,
Apa?
review journals,
Waduh,
contributing
kayaknya aku gak bisa. Suruh request tapi gak bisa, gimana ini? Tolong. Apa?
contribution of this
Tolong.
the keyword analysis
Sang Dewi. Waduh, Melsa bisa Sang Dewi?
then gives the possibilities
Kayaknya nggak
subject of research.
Waduh, yang gitar nggak bisa Mbak. Apa yo Mas yang bisa Mas?
Yang
Ini
lain
kita
coba,
jamming santai. Kalau ada yang mau nyanyi bisa turun. Kalau mau main gitar, mau main drum juga nggak apa-apa. Yuk semuanya.
3. Knowing the subjects of or areas of the discipline. 4. Knowing authorship. 5. Foreseeing the direction of development of science. 6. Regulate the inflow of information and communication. 7. Examining the obsolescence and dissemination of scientific literature. 8. Foresee the productivity of the publisher of the author, organization, state, or entire discipline.
The effectiveness of giving ginger hot drinks to reduce nausea and vomiting complaints in pregnant women. Background. Pregnant women experience changes in physical and hormonal on the body of pregnant women during pregnancy, which causes chronic complaints such as nausea and vomiting. And this is Epidural, or commonly known as nasal vomiting, is inborn and progressive hyperremesis with a cause of pregnant child. Hyperremesis vomiting occurs when organs based on study and revealed how stepping into the minds for increasing nausea and vomiting in pregnant women pregnant by tiny ear et al. 2018, with this divide into three groups, namely the ginger group,
Dalam hati hanya satu nama yang ada di tulus hatiku ini, kesetiaan yang indah takkan tertandingi, hanyalah dirimu satu peri cintaku, benteng begitu tinggi, sulit untukku gapai. Aku untuk kamu, kamu untuk aku, namun semua apa mungkin iman kita yang berbeda, Tuhan memang satu, kita yang tak sama. Haruskah aku Kita teman dekat, sudah saling percaya. Cerita tentang kamu sudah menjadi makananku. Putus lagi, nyambung lagi, ribut lagi, balik lagi. Kau menangis di pundaku, di pelukanku. Maafkan aku jadi suka sama kamu. Awalnya curhat, lama-lama ku cemburu. Maafkan aku yang mengharapkan cintamu. Bila masih bersama, ku sabar menunggu. Bila belum saatnya, ku tunggu kau putus. Kita teman dekat, sudah saling percaya. Cerita tentang kamu sudah menjadi makananku. Putus lagi, nyambung lagi, ribut lagi, balik lagi. Kau menangis di pundaku, di pelukanku. Maafkan aku jadi suka sama kamu. Awalnya curhat, lama-lama ku cemburu. Maafkan aku yang mengharapkan cintamu. Bila belum saatnya, ku sabar menunggu. Bila masih bersama, ku tunggu kau putus. Ku tunggu kau putus.
Namely, for the major diagram DHS, the data that after occurs in complaining of pain with a percentage of 35%. This is a common symptom
Lagu apa ya?
accompanies hypertension, namely pain caused by.
Ada yang mau request lagi? Tapi kalau bisa. Apa? Waduh, terasa indah. Ini lagunya siapa, Mbak? Waduh, Tiara Andini.
Merasa indah?
Kamu bisa? Oh, yang main nggak bisa ternyata Melsa. Dosang Dewi.
Has an effect on human health and is often experienced, especially in Indonesia. Also,
There are two categories.
Oke, request dari Mbak Agernya ada yang bisa ya requestnya. Vera ya. Oke. Enjoy.
Kalau kau kan menjalani hidupmu sendiri, melukai kenang yang telah kita lalui, yang tersisa hanya aku sendiri di sini. Kau akan terbang jauh menembus awan, memulai kisah baru tanpa dirimu.
sudah request. Aduh, gak apa-apa request, tapi yang jangan susah-susah. Siapa mau request? Oh, Versa. Versa suka lagu apa, Versa? Apa? Nino Nino. Apa itu Nino Nino? Apa? Menunggu untuk pelukmu untuk iya pundak siapa itu? Iya kan? Iya. Oh iya kan? Pundak siapa? Maaf Mbak. Lagu galau. Oke, tadi kan agak galau ya, sekarang yang agak semangat sedikit. Ayo, semangat. Apa ini judulnya ya? Berharap tak berpisah. Yang bisanya lagunya bisa nyanyi bareng-bareng ya. Enjoy. Lagunya kita nyanyi bareng-bareng ya. Ya dirimu yang pernah menyakiti, kau kecewakan aku, tapi ku maafkan salahmu. Berkata kisah menyakiti dirimu, semuanya singkat aku untuk terakhir kalinya, senang saja bersamamu bergerak suara. Aku pun berharap semoga kita tak berpisah, dan kau maafkan kesalahan yang pernah kubuat. Meninggalkan dirimu yang pernah menyakiti, kau kecewakan aku, tapi kau maafkan salahmu. Ini berganti kisah, kau menyakiti dirimu, tapi apa yang terjadi? Kau meninggalkan aku, aku untuk terakhir kalinya, semangat saja bersamamu. saja bersamamu, mengenang asmara kita. Aku pun berharap semoga kita tak berpisah, dan kau maafkan kesalahan yang pernah kau buat. Oke, ini di sini udah pada makan siang kan? Waduh, kalau absen udah semua, absen udah. Ini tadi sama panitianya diingetin jangan lupa absen katanya. Jangan lupa makan juga. Jangan lupa bahagia kalau kata Mas Kris. Ayo, siapa yang mau nyanyi? Ayo siapa? Pojok kiri, pojok kanan. Waduh.
Aku nyanyi bentar. Mau gak? Beri telepon gue.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Dari depanku membuatku tersenyum di pagi hari. Kau bercerita semalam kita bertemu dalam mimpi. Engkau kan hadirmu di sini, menghibur saat ku sendiri. Aku di sini dan kau di sana, hanya berjumpa via suara. Namun ku selalu menunggu saat kita akan berjumpa. Meski kau kini jauh di sana, kita memandang langit yang sama. Jauh di mata namun dekat di hati. Ayo Bri. Satu lagi terakhir.
Mohon perhatian. Dimohon kepada seluruh peserta untuk dapat segera memasuki ruangan karena sesaat lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih.
increasingly planning and assessing intervention in healthcare system. However, it still seems that the ability to predict the length of treatment is not optimal, so that the length of treatment is prolonged. Discussion: the relationship between predictor of length of stay and length of stay in patient with severe fracture at RSD Dr. Subandi Jember. Age: there is no correlation between age and length of stay in severe fracture patient at RSD Dr. Subandi Jember. These results are in line with research from Tan and Quake 2020, which state
Satu lagu lagi lah. Separuh nafas. Separuh nafas. Yang masuk final. Yang masuk final. Kamu di sini, nyanyi aku. Ya.
Diberitahukan kembali kepada seluruh peserta untuk dapat segera bersiap dan segera menyelesaikan makan serta menghubungi teman yang belum memasuki ruangan. Terima kasih.
Sama-sama. Ayo. Tik. Aku saya buka aja dah. Oke ya, siap ya, ready ya.
pada acara.
Terima kasih semuanya. Sudah.
Cek.
Audio Jungle.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second International Student Conference 2022. Before we go to the next agenda of the conference, we will announce oral presentations call for paper winners and call for paper winner.
The first oral presentation winner in first room awarded to Esa Novitasari, Yurika Anita Wardani, dan Syarifuddin Kurnianto from Universitas Jember with the title Implementation of SDKI and SIKI in COPD patients with nursing problem in ineffective airway clearance. The second oral presentation winner in first room awarded to Sri Mushrifah Rini Rahmawati and Shahrul from Universitas Hasanuddin with the title Exploration of Facilitators and Various Components in the Process of Development and Implementation of the Integrated Clinical Pathway. The first oral presentation winner in second room awarded to Livia Putri Maharani, Novita Putri Eka Wardani, Naila Hairun Naili, and Rismawan Adi Yunanto from Universitas Jember. With the title, The Effect of an Interactive Health Education on Increasing Knowledge about Stunting in Rural Adolescents of Mayang. The second oral presentation winners in second room awarded to Alifatur Rashid Syafatullah Ridwan, Kemal Akbar Surya Aji, and Nada Salsabila Riko with the title Effectiveness of Zinc Supplementation for Type 2 Diabetes Prevention, a Systematic Review. The first oral presentation winners in third room awarded to Prasetyo Aji Nugroho and Sompon Rungraang Kulkit from Konkan University, Thailand. With the title Mental Health Screening Tool Among Male Juvenile Offenders in Incarcerated Juvenile. The second oral presentation winners in third room awarded to Aufa Aziza, Fahmi Wildana, and Ananda Eka Prastiani from Universitas Jember with the title Implementation of Family-Centered Care Theory in Telehealth as E-Parenting for Golden Age Children to Prevent Stunting.
Congratulations for oral presentations call for paper winners. The first winner of call for paper awarded to Prasetyo Aji Nugroho and Sompon Rureng Kulkich from Konkan University, Thailand with title Mental Health Screening Tool Among Male Juvenile Offenders in Incarcerated Juvenile. The second winner of call for paper awarded to Livia Putri Maharani, Novita Putri Eka Wardani, Naila Hairun Naili, Enders Rismawan Adi Yunanto, Sarjana Keperawatan, Magister Keperawatan from Universitas Jember with title The Effect of an Interactive Health Education on Increasing Knowledge about Stunting in Rural Excellence of Mayang. Congratulations for winner call for paper.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the third plenary session by the oral presentation winner. To the moderator, we invite you on the stage.
Thank you for the opportunities that given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the second International Student Conference. My name is Murtiana Damaistuti, and I will be moderating the third plenary until 5 to 2 p.m. GMT+7. In this third plenary, we shall have outstanding speakers who come from Indonesia and Thailand, which I believe shall enrich our insight and knowledge regarding the theme of this conference. Without further ado, I would like to welcome to our first speaker. Our first speaker of call for paper winner is Prasetyo Aji Nugroho and Sampom Rungreng Kulkich from Komkain University, Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to our first speaker. Please present your paper 5 minutes from now. The time is yours.
Good afternoon. May I share my presentation by myself or the committee? Sorry, can you hear my voice now? May I share my presentation by myself because I cannot control if the host share my presentation.
Excuse me, I want to interrupting your presentation. I think your voice. I think you can to adding your voice because your voice is very low. Thank you.
Okay. Now can you hear my voice now?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can I share my presentation by myself because I cannot control if the host share this presentation. May the committee allow me to share screen by myself? Internet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, if not, I will start. I will start and begin my presentation.
Okay, of course.
Okay.
Okay, for the presentation, you will have been the host.
Yes.
Please
Okay,
share screen your PPT. Thank you.
Now all of you can see my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Yes, of course.
Okay, well, thank you for this opportunity to present my topic. My topic is mental health screening tool among male juvenile offenders in incarcerated juvenile. This is a literature review. I think the male juvenile offender is essential for this community, especially in mental health community, because many people don't be aware for this topic. So I will inform you about this topic to be awareness about the mental health in incarcerated, especially in male juvenile offenders. Then this is my team, me and my advisor. This topic, the content of this topic is the first is background, method, result, discussion, and conclusion and suggestion. For the background, more serious mental health problems have routinely been documented in correctional settings compared to the general population. If we can see this picture, that in the correctional setting is more routinely documented than general population. Then, the poor mental health is not only among young adults in prison, but also among juvenile offenders during incarceration. This picture, you can see the data that the prevalence of mental problem in male juvenile offenders, the most problem is the conduct disorders than others mental problems. You can see this data from the meta-analysis and systematic review. Then addressing high prevalence rates of mental health problems in incarcerated juveniles, we can start to begin mental health screening. Mental health screening is conducted when juvenile offenders interact with the juvenile justice system within 24 hours, which aims to recognize juvenile offenders who need medical care in high-risk crisis and those requiring further consideration. What is the purpose of this mental health screening? The purpose of mental health screening, the first one is identify juvenile offenders who need an immediate response at the time of the first contact with the juvenile system, such as those who need treatment or suicide control placement. And the second one is likely a triage process to classify those more likely to have a condition requiring additional treatment. So, I mentioned that the mental health screening is very crucial for the male juvenile offender during incarceration. What is the aim of this study? The aim of this study is to identify and describe the mental health screening among juvenile offenders in incarcerated juveniles. The method of this preparatory review, the first is the topic selection, the second is strategy for searching, and the last one is selection of paper. A preparatory review from 2011 to 2021 by examining 6 digital databases, ScienceDirect, Medline, PubMed, ProQuest, and Google Scholar, as well as manual journal services. The first one is the search strategy. The search strategy, I write in the search strategy, the first is mental health and screening assessment, or tool and adolescent offenders or young offenders or juvenile or yet detained and mental illness or psychological distress or mental disorder or mental distress or mental problem in prison or incarcerated or detention. Then the second is the selection criteria. The selection criteria, the first characteristic of the criteria for the paper reporting the start on mental screening.
Excuse me.
The second, yes.
Excuse me, presentation. I want to interrupt your presentation. You have less than 1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. Then the exclusion criteria only young female or the majority of young female. Then this is the Prisma flowchart for this study. You can see the identification, screening, and included the study. The result of the study, there are 2 types for instrument for this mental screening. The first is multidimensional tools and unidimensional tools. This is the multidimensional tools. There are 8 mental screening tools to screen the mental problem in incarcerated juvenile. This is the describing of the mental screening for the multidimensional tools. You can see that the criteria or the subscale or the category for this mental screening Then this is the strength and this is the weakness for this mental screening. Then for the second one is unidimensional tools. There are 4 mental screening tools. This screening just one category to screen the mental problem. Then discussion for this topic, mental screening is a crucial component of conducting the efficient that program effectively that observe mental status among the male juvenile offender. Then our review identified that most mental health screening tools, either multidimensional or unidimensional questionnaires, have a good reliability and validity. Then the duration of filling out the questionnaire, which has a quick filling, is right, and around 1 to 10 minutes. Then for the conclusion and suggestion, the first one is mental screening is an essential component of an exaggeration mental plan, and screening techniques appear to have improved in recent years. This review only describes and explains the types of mental screening. The mental screening in this review has strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, the list of mental screening is based on exaggeration needs. Juvenile detention must have consideration before using the questionnaire, such as adequate time and cost and feasible mental screening. Then the last for the suggestion, juvenile exaggeration must provide psychiatric and mental health nurses. The role of psychiatric and mental health nurses is essential to detect mental problems among male juvenile offenders. Mental screening is crucial to identify mental health problems. Therefore, male juvenile offenders can prevent mental illness and mental disorder. This is the references. Okay, thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much for the first presentation. Give applause please for the first presentation, for insightful presentation. Okay, thank you. Now we're going to the second speaker. Our second speaker of Call for Paper winner is Livia Putri Maharani, Novita Putri Eka Wardani, Naila Koirun Naili, and Rismawan Adi Yunanto from Universitas Jember. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our speaker. She will deliver a presentation entitled The Effect of an Interactive Health Education on Increasing Knowledge About Stunting in Rural Adoption of Mayang. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the second speaker. Please present your paper 5 minutes from now. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all of honorable speakers, juries, committees, and all of the participants in this forum. Before that, we are a team from Faculty of Nursing, University of Jember, would like to say thanks a lot of golden opportunity to present our paper with the title The Effect of an Interactive Health Education on Increasing Knowledge About Stunting in Rural Adolescent of Mayang. Next. Our team consists of 3 authors who are mentored by our supervisor lecturer, Nurse Rismawan Adi Yunanto. And our team consists by myself, Livia Putri Maharani, and my colleagues are Novita Putri Eka Wardani, and the last, Naila Koirun Naili. Here, the table of content which will be shown, there are first, background, second, research method, third, result and discussion, and the last one is conclusion.
Kurang gizi adalah tanggung jawab kita bersama. Kita semua harus mencegahnya, benahi lingkungan, dan penuhi asupan gizi yang seimbang. Semua akan terwujud bila kita peduli, bila kita mau terus belajar, dan bila kita semua sadar. Masa depan lahir dari lingkungan yang sehat. Saatnya peduli. Anak-anak Indonesia harus sehat dan berhak atas gizi yang seimbang. Ayo menuju Indonesia bebas stunting.
So, the video show us that we have to be together to eliminate stunting in Indonesia. Next. Stunting is still a nutritional problem in Indonesia that needs serious attention. Based on data compiled by the Jember District Health Office, the prevalence of stunting at the Mayang Healthcare since 2021 has increased by 3.67%. One of the factors that cause stunting due to factor from parents, such as the lack of maternal nutritional intakes during pregnancy and inappropriate parenting patterns. Therefore, marriage and pregnancy adolescent are crucial factor cause of stunting. Empowerment is one from sensitive intervention in stunting prevention efforts, namely by intervention in group of adolescents, especially young women, considering that sensitive intervention account for about 70% of stunting eliminate efforts. According to Jim Eve on his book, state the education is one component in empowerment. So the next is research method. The research method chosen by the researcher in the case is a pre-experimental using one group pretest and post-test approach. And the variables are independent variable is interactive health education, and dependent variable is the level of knowledge about stunting. The number of research sample obtained 20 respondents with a sampling technique. This is that is purposive sampling. The research location is located in Mayang Village. Jember Regency will be with the time of data collection being carried out in June until September 2022. And the instrument, this study use an instrument or questionnaire of knowledge about stunting based on previous research. And the study use of statistical test disparity test is determined to the effect of interactive learning on knowledge about stunting from the respondents. And the last for research method is procedure. First, prepare, where we take care of licensing and data collection from the district health office and Mayang Healthcare. And then pretest, and then implementation. Empowerment by interactive health education for 3 months. And the last is post-test. Next. And the next is result and discussion. Based on research on the study, it was found that most of the respondents aged 17 until 19 years were 13 people which belong to the adolescent age group. In advance, their mental state is still unstable and immature, so that when they face with a problem, they will act according to their drugs and reason. When teenagers have not reached the stage of emotional maturity, they still need primary assistance when faced with a problem. Their conditions support the process of properly receiving information provided regarding stunting prevention. Next. Knowledge is influenced by several factors such as education, information media, sociocultural and economic environment, experience, and age. Based on this research on the table 2, prior to the interactive health education regarding stunting knowledge, respondents got an average score of 27.4. After being given interactive health education regarding stunting knowledge, respondents got an average score of 36.5 and 36.0 and 5. It can be seen that there are differences in the scores obtained by respondents before and after being given interactive health education with knowledge of stunting, where there is an increase. From the results of the tests that have been carried out, it is found that p-value is 0.00 and 1, which means that there is a significant effect after providing interactive health education with knowledge of stunting in adolescent with the result stunting. Next. And for the conclusion our research, the result of the research that have been carried out show that health education with interactive methods has a significant effect on increasing knowledge about stunting in rural adolescents in Mayang. And this is our bibliography. That's all. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the second speaker for your excellent presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of third plenary. We would like to say thanks again to all speakers for the informative and interesting talk. And I would like to say thanks also to all audience here and audience in Zoom for the big enthusiasm. Hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. That's all for me. Have a nice day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next agenda is the much-awaited session. Is it right, Pasa?
Alright, Sophie, because we will announce the most favorite Twiben, Instagram story, and the most active participants. Oke teman-teman, gimana nih setelah kita bersama-sama ngikutin serangkaian acara ISC hari ini? Wah, seru banget ya pastinya. Mana nih suaranya?
Ya nih, mana nih suaranya?
Oh ya, yang di Zoom juga pastinya gak kalah semangat dong.
Ya dong, yang di Zoom juga bakalan ngerasa seru untuk ikutin acara ISC ini sampai selesai.
By the way, kita punya surprise nih buat pemenang dari The Most Favorite Twiben, Instagram Story, and The Most Active Participants. Tapi sebelum kita masuk ke surprise-nya, kita mau tanya dulu nih kesan-pesan teman-teman semua ngikutin serangkaian acara ISC hari ini. Aku tunjuk atau ada yang bersedia untuk maju?
Ayo nih, ada nggak yang bersedia buat ngasih kesan dan pesan?
Wah, gak ada yang ngacung nih. Aku tunjuk aja ya berarti.
Boleh kakak yang pakai hijab coklat dan baju putih? Bisa untuk maju, panitia disiapkan mikrofonnya. Iya, bisa untuk maju ke depan. Beri tepuk tangan dong yang meriah.
Di sini aja. Di sini apa Mas? Ini aja.
Tes. Sebelumnya perkenalkan, nama saya Giovanka dari kelas B angkatan 2022.
Halo Giovanka. Gimana nih kesan pesannya setelah seharian kita ikutin ISC bersama-sama dengan teman yang lainnya?
Pesan kesannya untuk The Second International Student Conference ini seru banget sih, karena menurut saya ini pengalaman pertama saya ikut International Conference, jadi bakalan menambah ilmu yang banyak banget buat saya.
Wah, bagus banget ya. Oh iya, ini buat angkatan 2022 ISC yang pertama ya. Wah, seru banget ya. Kasih tepuk tangan dong buat Giovanka. Oke, lagi-lagi nih. Dua lagi ya. Siapa ya? Ada yang bersedia untuk
Ayo
maju?
yang bersedia.
Silakan.
Angkatan 21 mungkin atau
Angkatan 2019 ada? Silakan kakak yang berbaju coklat dan berhijab coklat.
Oke, baik. Perkenalkan, nama saya Sinta Nurwantika dari kelas C, asal dari Madiun.
Halo Kak Sinta.
Untuk kesan pesan mengikuti The Second International Student Conference ini, untuk aku pribadi karena udah angkatan 2019, mungkin ini menjadi momen yang super duper tak terlupakan ya nanti. Soalnya menurut saya acaranya juga selain menambah wawasan dalam penggunaan bahasa Inggris, menambah wawasan mengenai caring keperawatan, juga menurut saya acaranya itu luar biasa sekali, diadakan pada gedung yang sangat luar biasa ini. Lalu juga untuk ice breakingnya tadi juga sangat luar biasa dari teman-teman Nutrix Art, dari NPC, itu juga menurut saya sangat luar biasa. Untuk pesannya, semoga next generation The Second International Student Conference ini nanti akan berjalan lebih baik lagi. Semoga bisa diadakan di auditorium di sana, nggih. Terima kasih.
Wah, terima kasih Kak Sinta atas kesan dan pesannya. Nah, menurut Kak Giovanka dan Kak Sinta, ISC ini adalah acara yang seru dan tidak terlupakan serta dapat menambah ilmu kita semua. Oke, dari angkatan 2022 sudah, angkatan 2019 sudah, angkatan 2020, mana suaranya angkatan 2020? Wah, kok sepi? Angkatan 2020, wah sepertinya ada angkatan 2020 yang berbaju hitam, yang duduk paling belakang.
Aduh. Hidup dong. Berdiri. Saya HP ku ceblok. Nah. Assalamualaikum, kenapa no? Tadi tanya. Kesannya itu ya karena ini ISC offline pertama kalinya, nggak offline sih, semi offline. Itu menurut saya sangat surprise sekali karena FCAP setelah lama tidak mengadakan acara semi offline kayak gini dan bisa terwujud walaupun baru semi. Nah, untuk kesannya sendiri sih selain senang, saya juga mendapatkan banyak pengalaman di sini, saling berbagi informasi, dan ya gitu. Terima kasih.
Wah, terima kasih banyak Kak Farisko dari Angkatan 2020 atas kesan dan pesannya. Sekarang Angkatan 2021. Saya mau dengar suaranya dari, ada kakak yang berhijab hitam berbaju army. Silakan Kak.
Menurut saya di SC ini bisa mengimprove skill kita dalam berbahasa Inggris serta lebih mengetahui pengetahuan kita dengan negara-negara di sekitar kita gitu. Ya udah, makasih.
Wah, terima kasih banyak nih. Dengan Kak siapa?
Kak Amel.
Wah, Kak Amel. Menurut Kak Amel, acara ISC ini bisa mengimprove skill bahasa Inggris kita dan menambah pengetahuan dari negara-negara yang lain. Terima kasih Kak Amel.
Sama-sama.
Oke Sof, kira-kira pemenang-pemenang dari The Favorite Ribbon, Instagram Story and the Most Active Participant apa aja sih Sof?
Oke, jadi untuk para pemenang Twibbon terfavorit dan juga Instagram Story terfavorit dan peserta teraktif akan mendapatkan unlimited merchandise dari The Second ISC.
Wah, menarik banget ya. Oh iya, yang di Zoom pastinya juga gak kalah penasaran dong.
Iya dong, pastinya yang di Zoom juga bakalan penasaran dengan merchandise yang akan diberikan oleh The Second ISC ini.
Wah, siapa aja nih yang ikut lomba Twibbon Instagram Story? Wah, kakaknya dari barisan atas. Baik, teman-teman semuanya, sesaat lagi kita akan umumkan pemenang-pemenang dari lomba Twibbon, Instagram Story dan peserta teraktif di acara The Second International Student Conference 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the most favorite ribbon at the Second International Student Conference awarded to @Nandin_YS.
Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah.
Dan pemenang lainnya dari Twibbon terfavorit yaitu ada Laila Aziza.
Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the most favorite Instagram story at the second International Student Conference awarded to Ruris Haristiani. Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah. Selanjutnya ada Putri Yunita Sari. Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Putri Yunita Sari. Selanjutnya ada @ZFRY_FNR. Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah.
The winner of the most active participant at the second International Student Conference awarded to Muhammad Farisko Zulfa from A class, Kamila Irdina from B class, and Siti Elskaya Anur Elfaza from D class.
Boleh berdiri untuk peserta teraktif dalam ISC kali ini. Boleh berdiri untuk Kak Farisko dari angkatan 2020, Kak Kamilia dari angkatan 2021, dan Kak Siti dari angkatan 2022. Boleh untuk turun ke bawah untuk dapat melakukan prosesi foto bersama. Boleh berdiri di tengah. Sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Kak Farisko angkatan 2020, Kak Kamilia angkatan 2021, dan Kak Siti angkatan 2022. Congratulations for all the winners at the second International Student Conference 2022. And please meet the committee at the end of the second International Student Conference sessions.
We have joined all all the agenda together, we have a lot of knowledge that we get from the speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second International Student Conference, preparing future healthcare workforces in managing non-communicable diseases.
Thank you for your participation. See you in the third International Student Conference.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all participants, we ask to fill in evaluation form on the link that has been prepared by the committee within the next an hour. Certificate of participations will be delivered to participants by email within the next 1 week. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last performance by Nutrix Arts, Tari Labako.